Hey, 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 what it is, what it is, what it is, what it does, what it do. What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday, guys. We got 3 more days, but we're doing all right. It's great to be here with you guys on April 4th of 2023. Spring is in the air, and I am so happy to be here with you guys. Thank you guys for joining me today. We are looking into something new, folks, the Smiley Face murders. I think we touched base on this slightly way back in the day, but we're going to really get into it today. So I thank you all for joining me today with this. It should be a good one. Mama Bear is going to be joining me as my lovely co-host today, as always. So grateful she'll be here in just a moment, everybody. So let's get this ball rolling. Sounds good to me. Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Good to be here. Good to see you. Good to know ya. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are, whatever it may be. I hope it's good for you as it is for me. It is so great to see you guys as we are waiting for Mama Bear to jump up here with us. She's in a bit of a conversation right now, but she will be here so very soon. Welcome, Jules of Bulk Trades. There she is. Welcome, Mama Bear.
Hi.
Great to see you. Let's see who we got here. Jules of all trades. Larry's in the house. Miss Boone. What's up, Booney Boone? Strike First was here first because he's first. He's Strike First. What's up, First? Good to see you, Strike First. Who's on second? I don't know. Let's move on. And Miss Pookie Madudo, good to see you. I'll get back to you here in a moment. Miss Pamela Gribben from over the pond. Thanks for joining us today. Again, Miss Jules, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. It's a great song, isn't it? Let's see. Red's in the house. I guess, is he lurking or is he here? We'll find out. Let's see. Let's see. Good golly, Miss Molly's back. It's so good to see you. I hope you're feeling better, my dear. Miss Jody Walters, so great to see you. Thanks for joining us. And let me see. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Not as of yet, but they're coming. Miss Kim Marin's in the house. All right, guys. Mama Bear, can you take the reins for one moment? I need to do something very quickly. Sorry.
Hey, guys. I don't want to talk about him. Sorry. Why is oh. So how is everybody doing today? It is a cloudy, dreary day. Supposed to get storms today, tomorrow. Hey, Jody. Good morning. Well, afternoon here. Holy cow, 5 inches longer. You're going to cut it all off. Yeah, I've thought about it. Hi, Miss Boone. Hey, Heather. I keep thinking about cutting mine off, and then I don't. And then summer gets here, and I'm like, I'm going to chop it off, and then I don't.
All right. Sorry about that, folks. Mrs. Dago hit her lunch break and had to call me about something, so I haven't heard from her yet today. So my apologies, everyone. But I are here, as are you, as are I, as are she, as are y'all. You all are here Welcome back, Molly dear. Good to see you. I love you.
Oh, that's right. You guys are getting slammed. There's like a foot of snow or something up there.
That is insanity. Why? It's time for spring. Be
Well,
gone with you white stuff.
but it's the Dakotas, so
I got you, man. No worries, brother. I can always count on you to be here when you need to be here. When the going gets tough and people want to argue, Red pops his pretty little face right into the chat. All good. I let
yeah.
it go. And they go, for what are you talking about? I don't know why. I don't know. Whatever. You've been sick, Molly. It's okay. I get it. I have missed you all so much, though. So understand, Molly. I love you to death, my dear. You know that. And everybody, I need to draw your attention to the side for a moment. We have a new team member here that I would like to introduce to you as part of the True Crime Cafe investigative team. Miss Pookie Madoodle is now a full-fledged part of our team. So congratulations and welcome to the team, Pookie. It is great to have you, my dear. Thank you so much for everything you do for the channel. We love you to death and welcome to all the stress. Yes.
Congratulations, Pookie.
Yes. Make your doctor's appointment now to get your Valium and everything you need for it because it's part that way. But thank you for joining us, Pookie, and welcome. And thank you again for what you do. Rebecca. Well, I mean, whatever you would like us to call you, my dear, it's up to you. You guys can, as I told you guys before, you can call me whatever you want to call me. You can call me Joe, Dago, A-hole, asshat, whatever you want to call me. It's fine. For some of you guys, especially my moderators, call me all sorts of things when I'm not listening, but it's all good because I love you all so very much. Yes, I do.
We would never.
Okay. Look at her fake smile. And she's holding it too, guys. She's holding the smile like that. Pookie, your name just got too long. RPD. And it's great to see you, Booney. What are you doing? Wait, am I allowed to talk loud or do I have to whisper?
Well, it's a little late for that now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I probably got you busted already if I did it. But you have to warn me because I'm loud sometimes. You know that, especially if I'm in a decent mood, which is, I think, how you guys know if I'm in a good mood or not. Oh, shit. I forgot to. Oh, wait. Brandy is here. Welcome, Brandy. Good to see you, my dear. Is Heather's here? Okay. The crew's all here. So welcome all of you guys, please. Molly, Brandy, Heather. Mama Bear already did it. Please welcome Pookie to the crew. Or Rebecca, whatever you choose for us to call you, my dear. And Red is already lurking. Okay. Faking sick? Who's fake? You're faking sick, Pook or Boone? Ah, I gotcha. If you just call me Pook, I'll know you mean me. That's what I've been calling you because I don't like saying long names. I kind of shorten everybody's names all the time. If you guys haven't noticed,
You're gonna slip and call her something else.
Probably because I can't not do that. I always screw up. It's like when we were trying to talk about the.
I think you already have.
Wiggles.
Poop. I think you called her poop like last week.
Mm-hmm. Poop? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I slipped. I talked too fast. That's why. We already have a Pookie, so you're Doodle to me. Okay, Doodle. So be it. Yeah, we did have a Pookie. I forgot. We don't see him too often, but yeah, it's probably a good idea. Just so we don't get confused, everybody. About time you had hey said hey to me, asshat. Okay, so now they're calling me asshat. That's twice now. I shouldn't have opened my damn mouth.
I'm glad I started that.
Mm-hmm. My nickname my whole life has been Beck Doodle. Beck, that's a lot of stuff to say. Doodle Beck Doodle, Becca, Pookadoo, whatever. I'm just going to call you whatever comes out of my mouth when I say it, as long as it's nothing bad. But again, welcome to the team, my dear, and it's so great to have you here. Pookie has been, or Pook, or whatever. Anyway, she's been busy, folks. Always busy, staying busy with a lot of stuff. So, what are you laughing at this time?
You.
What did I do now?
Poop, Becca.
Pook, Beck, noob. I want to be called noob. Noob? You're not noob, Boone. What are you talking about? I mean, if you want us to call you that, we can call you
Is
that.
it him?
She wants it
Hello?
backwards. Are we going to do that kind of stuff? Noob? Newbie? Newbie, Booney? I like calling you Booney. Where's them? I don't know. I was getting ready to ask that. I thought I
Mine
seen
says connected and secured.
Supercalifragus. Stop talking. Not even going to attempt to say it. Where is Mrs. M? Damn it.
And it's not even Thursday.
No, we're not doing that today. Stop. Stop swearing. By the way, thank you all. Yeah, I caught on to that one, Boone. I'm a little slow, but I'm not quite that slow. But thank you, dear, for explaining that to me. I love you so much, Booney. I do. You guys are awesome, though. I love it. I love the way we can talk to each other in here and know that it's not because some channels, if you were to joke even remotely, it'd be like, "Get out of my chat! Bye! Don't ever come back! You're a piece of whatever." I'm trying not to swear. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate ya, sis. Head. Yeah, guys, I call her Head like 3-4 times a day because my phone is just stupid, and it has this stupid autocorrect shit. And every time I type Heather, it says Head. So it's like, "Good morning, Head." And then I got Smartass up here with me, like, "That's too much information, Dago." Yeah.
Like, am I?
Wasn't a question. So did I send everybody else's invites out? I probably did not. So hold on a minute. I love me too. Me. I yell my own name. Remember? Yes, I do remember. You yell your own name. I remember when you told me that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the first time I ever blushed on a stream. She's Pookie's or Boone has made me blush a couple times, to be honest with you. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I think one of them was when I was professing my love for Jamie Lee Curtis, and she was like, "I look like Jamie Lee Curtis," or people tell me I look like Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm like, okay. So does that mean that I love Boone now? I have a crush on Boone.
Does Brandy know about this?
Brandy, yes, Brandy knows everything. Brandy loves Boone and Pookie and you and Heather. I'm screwed if I ever do anything wrong. Like, she'll probably just take my seat, take over, and kick me out of the house. So it is what it is.
I've been attacked a lot and gotten away, so I'll be great as the victim's advocate. By the way,
and I can't forget that she loves Brandy. I think she loves Brandy the most because they share a name, and so
yeah,
the greatest name in the world. And she said she loves you too, Heather. I didn't exclude your name. Don't worry. I said your name third. I was counting. And Molly. She loves all of you guys because of what you guys do. So that was quick. Damn. What? What happened?
Wow.
What, Head?
Gypsy Blanchard has already separated from new goofy husband.
I told you. Yesterday I said it, didn't I? Let's see how long that lasts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there can't be anything good that comes out of being married while you're in prison, honestly. And the person that is looking to find a woman or a mate that's in prison, there's got to be something a little off, maybe there, just a little bit. I'm not trying to judge people by any means, but just saying.
Yeah.
Pamela's in here, isn't she, or is she not in here yet?
Mm-hmm.
I did not see her. I don't wait. Did I? Did I? How many cups of coffee do you guys think I had today? Huh? There she is. Many? Too many? Why am I talking too much? Can you tell that I'm hyper? You can't. Why are you blurry?
I don't know.
You're blurry today.
He's here.
Whoosh. You're still blurry. Am I? I'm clear. You're blurry. Are you? Am I blurry to you?
A little bit, I guess.
You're clear.
All up in my face. Yeah, kind of.
Is she blurry to you guys too? You're normally not blurry. By the way, your hair looks great today.
Thanks.
She has awesome hair, you guys. It's so long.
Pookie said hers is 5 inches longer than mine.
5 inches? How long is yours?
Hers must be like down past or behind.
She's got booty hair.
You
got booty hair.
Blurry, and you are not. Yeah, and I cut 4 inches off of mine a couple months ago.
That's your full length right there, what we can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know the one day you had it all done up back here behind you. So yeah, I told you I was going to start calling you Crystal Gale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. About my low back.
That's pretty. And you cut 4 inches off already. That's long. How do you guys do that? I don't know. I had hair probably to the middle of my back for years. All right, and it was all the way around. And I hated it. Washing it, conditioning it, doing this, blow drying this, all that crap that I used to do. It was a pain in the ass. So now I have this, and I'm happy. To your waist, so it is a little longer than yours. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you're blurry. Your camera's just not happy today. That's all.
Let me see.
Right, so Pamela's in here. I don't have to send. I'm distracting myself again. Mrs. M, that's who I was looking for. I always usually send her one, and I didn't send her one because every time I send her one, she says I'm already there. And look what happened. I got smacked in the face with it today.
That better? Same.
It's still blurry. Oh, wait, no. There you are. You were clearer. I think me and YouTube are going to get into a boxing match here pretty soon.
Yeah. Last night's show's back up.
Did it work? There's a yellow.
Nope, it worked.
It's green?
I think so.
They cleared it. That was fast. They cleared it already. They usually, sometimes I'll do it while I'm in here on some of my shows, and I'll get a review or whatever, and very, very, very occasionally they'll change. They'll go back to green while we're still live. It doesn't happen often, but oh yeah, I got Pamela's already working on that one. Pook, I contacted her this morning, so said she was having an amazing lunch that made me jealous. By the way, she showed it to me sitting by the river, just enjoying her day. The lunch looked amazing. It was some kind of beef lasagna or something. The cheese, I love cheese, so you know. But yeah, she said when she got home, she was going to start to work on it on the Rachel Jackson thing. So thank you, Pookie. You can communicate. Good. Hello, Miss Pamela. Good to see you, my dear. Thank you for joining us today. And yes, Pamela is at work on the next case we're going to be kicking off here to flow into another case with another case that we're going to be probably kicking together. So we got stuff to keep you guys busy, and definitely to keep us busy. I did more reading this morning than I've done in a week. So, and I was still on Discord.
What were you reading?
Everything that Pookie's been sending me for 24 hours.
Oh.
I didn't have a chance to read any of it because we were doing all our other stuff. And then I was going to go to read it last night, and Juniper popped over. So, of course, that was all of my attention went directly to that for the rest of the night. And then when she left, that's why I was kind of like a little bit behind with my night stream. I had to do that. And then, which there was very little time in between that. We went for quite a while yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm lost and behind.
It's okay, Molly. It's something brand new.
What?
There's some shush. There's some missing people in the UK that Pookie is trying to find. and Pamela's helping her. And I did suggest to Dago this morning that you and Pookie work together to.
I was going to ask if you're filling up to it, Molly, if you and Pookie could get together because you have certain skill sets together that you guys like to use, and I would kind of like you two to work together in some senses if you could. So connect your communication lines however you may.
Telepathically or otherwise.
Whatever you're going to do, just do it and do your thing because you guys are both amazing. But I don't want you to stress yourself out, Molly, if you're still not feeling good, hon. Whenever you're ready to do it, you do it. But the two of you, I kind of want to stick together, especially on this one.
Oh, Brandy.
And Pamela is doing what? You are not Miss Brandy.
That makes me sad.
You're not left behind, my dear. I talk about you every day. I just told you that you're my wife's favorite because you share a name with her. And it's spelled the same way, too. You are not left out, nor are you behind. At least you're not supposed to be. And I don't want you to feel that way ever. Please. Okay. Don't do that. Because I will pull a Molly on you and jump in my car and drive to Arkansas and kitty drop kick you in the chin. No, I won't.
After tornado season.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. She would kick my ass. I have a fear of Brandy. I'll be honest with you. She reminds me of my wife way too much. I've seen Brandy get mad too many times to ever. No, it's okay. And usually when she's mad, if you can find my house. Yeah, I know. I've seen pictures of her front yard. Good luck, because her house is buried in the forest somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It is. I've seen pictures of the yard, too.
Trees, more trees, and a few more trees.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. 12 folks. Where you guys at? Grab your coffee and tea and everything else I usually say. And come on in, sit down, and talk to me. No, we love you, Brandy. 100%, my dear. You know that. I'll meet you at the driveway with a cup of coffee. That would be awesome. Just don't throw it at me. I know she wouldn't. Like Brandy's very loving and caring until you push that one little button, or if you say something bad about me or anybody else in here, she'll no. I would never push that. Actually, that's funny because way back in the day, in the beginning, that's the reason why I made Brandy a moderator, because she would sit in here in the chat and she's like, shut up. Don't you say that. Stop talking to people that way. This, that, everything. I'm like, you know what? Click. Made her moderator. She was bashing people with that wrench all day long because back in the day, we had a lot of trolls in here. It was ridiculous. So now that I said that, I'm sure we'll get one. Rachel's sister Sarah is, what do we got going on here, Pookie? Taking care of GoFundMe. It's up to over 9,000 pounds, and they only requested 2,000. Damn. Welcome, Jody. Rachel is the girl that we're going to be talking about probably if things go right tomorrow. Another Lancashire case going on. Quick search, nothing is coming up apart from she was visiting Preston for me and Chester. Okay. That's why I put you on this, Pam, because typically it's almost detrimentally hard for us to find anything over here because they keep everything in their pocket. You know that. Yep.
And I looked this morning as well, and I couldn't find any kind of connection with anything or anybody, and I was like, you know what? I got other cases I can work on. Right. It's not going to stress me out.
It is so frustrating how they do that over there, and they don't. I get what they're trying to do. What'd you say?
I said, hey, Derek.
Oh, yeah. Derek, what's up, brother? No, don't ever have to apologize for being late, bro. I got lost in deep thought interims of who was what happened? The real architect or architect in World War II was Hitler. That's deep thought, bro. Damn.
Seriously.
Where'd that from?
Right? That'd give me a headache.
Where is her mom? And she committed. Yeah, that's where Pookie. Okay, that Pookie that said that found in Avnam Park. No suspicious. Listen, Pam, and you know this as well as I do. Every time, every case that they touch, they say there's no suspicious circumstances ever. I don't think it's just that's part of their forte. Like they don't ever say, even if they think there is, they don't say there's any suspicious circumstances. At this point, like, I don't know. Looking likely, let me search more. That's fine. Take your time, Pam. We have time.
Yeah.
Do your thing, my dear, as you
We got
do.
lots of other cases we can do.
If we have to, I want to get on it as soon as I can, but if we can't, then we can't. You know, don't stress about it, anybody, please. I understand. It's not that easy, especially over there. It's not because everything is so locked down.
Right.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, Derek. Nothing at all. That shows your intelligence, my brother. Good for you.
Sounds like my son. He couldn't go to school yesterday because I was like, why don't you want to go to school? He's like, I'm just not ready yet. I just need one more day. He's like, I'm planning in my head and everything. I was like, what? He's like, I'm working on my plan. I'll be ready. Oh, okay. Next time, let's start planning a little bit before, a couple days before we go back.
Did he stay home?
Yeah.
High five to you, brother. I should have thought of that kind of shit when I was a kid. Damn it. Don't say that too loud because the next thing you know, Caden's going to be coming in with that shit when he has to go back to school, and you know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to stop that. I mean, like, I get it because you can't really argue that. Like, if you're not ready and you're not like, damn, that's good.
And what I've gone through with the girls, and he's starting to hit puberty now. Yeah. We just don't want to push too much.
But I know you ain't got to explain to me, hon. I had 7 of them. I know exactly what you're talking about. 7, guys, 7. And no, I don't dye my hair anymore because somebody in here told me not to. So I have not and will not. So I'm going to look like a damn street bum with all this crap. Thank you, Brandy.
Wow. Sounds like, are you sure you're not related to them people?
What people?
Pamela, her mom is famous for raising 7 kids alone and 5 with autism. Just wondering.
5 with autism? Good God. Oh my God, that's gotta be
right.
That's insanity. Come on, guys. Come on in here. Leave some DNA on the like button for me, please, as you're coming in, guys. Don't forget to. Wow, that was not cool. What the hell just happened?
Huh? What?
Nothing. I just went space cadet for a minute. Leave some DNA on the like button, and as you're coming in the door, and don't forget to share this out. And please, guys, at the end of the stream, as long as it's still up, please leave comments as I asked you to. As I'm telling everybody to do this yesterday, and then I get a message from Mrs. M saying, "Well, I tried to comment on the stream, but it's not there." Which I kind of thought after the beginning that I was gonna get, the whole thing would be whacked, but it is what it is. That had me so pissed off, guys. That was literally listed in as ABC News. Period.
Yeah, I don't know what, and of course, you can't go back and look at it because it gives the time frame. It's 3 minutes, so that's why I thought it was the trailer, and it said 2020, and I'm like,
I know, Molly.
It's like I don't.
It didn't say nothing about 2020 on it, or I wouldn't even have touched it. You know what I mean? If it was a 2020, segment, then they need to label it as such. And I even filtered it through Collective Commons, and it came through fine. It showed up. Everything was great. So.
Yeah. So the only thing I could think of was if it was a Hulu trailer. Hulu owns Disney, and was the issue.
Oh, when you said Hulu or Disney, I already knew that was why, because Disney, they're such greedy bastards that, and I was advertising for them.
Right. I don't understand.
It makes 0 sense to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, T2014. If I didn't say hi, I don't think I did. Thank you.
Me too. Sorry if I didn't. Yeah, yes, Kim, that would be why, sadly. It was a good one, too. Hell no, not for me, Master. Right? That's what I said. I got one. I don't know how anybody dealt with five. That's insane. Insane, insane, insane. So,
And
um,
it looks like you can watch it now. I think it's public.
what's up, Mikey? Dinks. I love that word.
Dinks.
Dinks are at it again.
And my sister's nickname is Dinky.
Dinky?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what that word used to mean to me, but
I don't want to know.
no, you don't, because it was not. I was just a little kid, though. I used to call a certain part of me that. So
yeah, I thought that's where you were going to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
My sister is Danica, and she's the youngest, and it just became Dinky.
Danica. How many siblings do you have?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
Okay, so you're the child, the oldest sibling. Awesome. Yes. Danica. What's your brother's name?
Adam.
Okay, so they were all different names. That's cool. They're nice names, though, all of them. Binky. Mine was Binky. I don't even want to know why, Molly. I'm just gonna pass that by. Good day, Mr. Mikey. Good to see you. I hope it's cold in Florida.
It's supposed to be like 70 something here today and close to 80 tomorrow.
Same with us. Same, but they're also talking about stupid ass storms coming through tomorrow sometime. So,
yeah.
I'm so tired of that. We need to go past that point. Yeah, and if it hits 80 and we get storms, we all know what that's tornado weather. So,
yeah.
Just be ready to not see me. If for what, I don't know, a week. Who knows?
Derek, what do you mean WTF? Smiley face murders.
That's what they're called, bro. And we're gonna get into it. I'm really trying to give a couple minutes for more than 15 people to be in here, but maybe not. We need pink and well, where's Green Eyes? I'd like to know where Green Eyes is. I hope she's okay. We haven't seen her in I think a week or so now. Jody Walters is in the house. Do you?
No, thank you. My one brother and one sister's.
11? Your parents had 11 kids? No, 12. Good God. Well, at least we know what your parents were good at.
Right.
Holy hell, Jody. That's insanity.
Are you Catholic family?
Something. The Duggars, maybe? Are you related to the Duggars?
Dakota could be Amish. Could be.
10 are younger than her.
What?
They are. Did you guys live in a whole town? Do you have your own town to yourself? Or were your parents trying to start their own football team or what? I went for a walk and people are Dinky Dow. What? Dinky Dow. Crazy. Okay. Karen Ann's in the house. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. Oh my God. There she is. Where have you been? That was the other person I was wondering if she was still okay. I was just 3 days now. I've been thinking about you. It's good to see you. Where you been?
We need to find Ty.
Huh? Yeah, Ty. I haven't been able to find Ty's number in my phone either, and I can't get a hold of her. It's been a long time, and I worry about it.
Ty was having back surgery the last time she was
right. That's what I'm worried about because she hasn't been on here for 3 months now, or has it been 2 months?
It's been a couple.
Listen, Poopa, this is how this works here, okay? And don't let this slip your mind next time, okay? Because you know that I care about each and every one of you guys. And when you're not in here for a while, I get annoyed, worried that something happened to somebody. There's a lady that's been missing for months now that I haven't seen. I really worry about her because she was an older lady and had some struggles that she was going through. And I still think about her every single day, worrying about where she's at. So next time, if you're going to be gone for a while, just say, hey, guys, I'm not going to see you for a while. I got this going on, please, so we don't worry about you, okay? That's all I'm asking. I take it personally.
Have you seen Raynona on Facebook lately?
I haven't seen her at all.
I don't think I'm friends with her on Facebook.
I wasn't either. It's okay, Fupa. I don't want to worry. I have enough worries. I worry about each one of you guys, each and every one of you guys on a regular basis. If I don't see, if I have a way to contact you, it's going to happen. And you can ask anybody else in here that has been through it already. If I don't see you for 2 days, well, sometimes it's 24 hours, I'm hunting you down. So it's okay. You don't have to apologize. I mean, it's your own personal life. I just say, hey guys, I ain't going to be here, because then I won't worry about you.
Fupa, I'll just try and remind him that you're a nanny, right? I think that's what it is. Just be like, she's doing her nanny thing. She's okay.
Vocabulary's a bit expensive. I know some Russian, some bit. No, you ain't got to apologize.
No, Jody. Why does that keep doing that? Can you turn that?
I don't. I hear the background. Caden's messing with the TV and it's clicking.
Oh, no.
Is he a polygamous, Mike, with all them kids? What did Mikey say? Back up a little bit. Sad deal, but I know this fella that has 10 kids with 10 different women.
Who? What?
What the hell? 10 kids with 10 different women. So he's got one child with each woman? Like, he needs to take a break. Damn.
Cauterized. Not cauterized. What am I trying to say? Cash.
Wait a second. Just say, Kim. I think the first day I came on her, I was... What?
What?
What? The first day I came on here was when... You're not... Stop. Go in the other room. Holy hell, Kim, you had me down for a minute. Like, what in the hell are you talking about? You were helping Brooke. Bronx, yes. Yeah, and Bronx, I just talked to Bronx, by the way. She's doing okay. She had, just to keep you guys up to date, if anybody wanted to know, I think I may have told somebody, but when her mother passed, she had some issues she had to deal with, and she went and got help for that. And she's doing better now. She's back to work, and she said she will keep me updated more often. So I try to help everybody that I possibly can in any way I can. You know, I'm not Daddy Warbucks, obviously. We all know that, because I'm always asking for something on here. So besides that, I try to be there for you guys as often in any way that I can, because I do truly care about you guys as people, person to person. So, you know, you guys are my family, so it's okay, hon. I got it. That part is fine with me. The other part that you forgot the E on made a whole big difference there, Kim. When I first read that, I'm like, what in the hell are we talking about now, guys? Do we need to change platforms or something? I'm nervous. I just ordered a MacBook Pro with my, oh my God. Well, you're going to be paying on that for a while. Them things ain't cheap, dear. But you'll be doing your thing on that one. Those are expensive. The really great news is it's MS and not ALS, which I think is super fab. It's all about perspective. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's a fact. Before that, you said I've personally been living in a dream world and just found out how totally bad word I am. This is serious, and I've been slumping around with a cane now. But listen, hon, I know exactly what you're going through. I go through that on a daily basis, and I get it hurts, you know? And you can't do the things you used to do and all that. It's rough. That's why I'm no longer doing what I'm doing, or what I was doing for a living, and I'm doing this now. So I get it. And I'm still get that normal life again. But that's what it is. Jenny Phillips, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. We're almost to 20 folks. Yep, there was a guy in here in the UK who was with two women, multi kids, and set her up. Wait, what? Karen says, hold on. You guys are killing me today. There was a guy in here in the UK was with two women, multiple kids, and then set a fire. He was a cocky arse and is now in prison. Okay, gotcha. I thought it said set her on fire. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that, Brandy, because if I don't hear from her, then you can let me know. That's good to know. I think Cece's working, and because I've seen her more in the evenings than I have during the day. Thank you, Heather. Anybody that would want to consider supporting the channel, anything is appreciated. Sadly, Easter's coming up now. Another holiday to fight about. So, are you froze, Mama Bear?
Mm-mm.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Move. Move your hand. You're froze. At least on my screen, you're froze.
Not over here.
I don't know what happened. I was going to say, who sits still for that long? That perfectly. So yes, anybody that would like to support the channel via Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, there's the links, guys, and I thank you so much. I have the cattle prod effect, which means every once in a while, without warning, I scream when that cattle prod thing happens, and that's just one of those. Oh, no. The lightning bolt pains, I get those too. I have seizure disorder, anxiety, OCD. That's why I'm on SSD, and I mean legitimate OCD. No. I understand, Kim. I have that too. Probably not as bad as some people, but I have it. I have ADHD. Adult ADHD. Now you're moving. Okay, you're not frozen anymore. Adult ADHD is way worse than juvenile ADHD, in my opinion, because we're adults and we're supposed to. Okay, Stevie, calm down.
I'm just making sure.
You were moving. It's okay. See, April said, welcome, April. Good to see you, dear, that you were frozen too. It's 11:56 p.m. David's probably getting ready to go to work. All right, so I guess I won't hold you guys out. All right, let me get this email out and open it up. Because Mama Bear worked her magic and made her whole pretty little thing again. And we will get started. Of course, I have to find it again. It took me almost 45 minutes to find it yesterday.
Goodness.
It's not you. It's my email. And I
forget. In the subject line, I thought the title of it.
Huh?
Didn't I put it in caps? The title of it?
It still doesn't come up in my internet or in my email. Sorry. I have to play with the name. I have to play with your name and stuff like that for a minute. Type it in a few times, back out, go back in, type it, click on things, then it finally pops up. So it's a pain in the ass. And then I forget that we have the other email too sometimes, and I haven't even really ever used that yet, which it was my idea to want to do it, and I haven't even touched it. So, aha! See, that was quick. It was definitely in bold letters, though.
Maybe if I put this in caps, you'll be able to find it better.
No, it's not about finding it. It's just and not seeing it when I go in to find it. It's just not there sometimes, and I have to double click sometimes and go back and forth, and it finally decides to pop itself up. So no one told me any of this stuff when I lived in my tomboy world in the trees, although Daddy did try to break the death factor to me. Gave up because my cow-like eyes were too well. You're a mess, Pookie. I get it. Speaking of that Sister Wives show, I would rather wrestle with an alligator. I agree with that one. I'm on top of that one with you. 100%. No way in hell. So, as I said, if other people come in, then we'll have to just go backwards because it looks like people are leaving and coming and leaving and coming. So today we are looking into the Smiley Face murders, folks. It's been going on for quite a long time, to be honest with you. Miss Heather brought this to my attention a while back, and I do believe we touched base on this a little bit. I don't know if it was a mention or if we did a full show on this, but there's a little more to it at this point now. So we're going to go back into it again. Okay. If you guys remember it, I'm sorry. Just let me know. But there's more to it, like I said. So it's going to be upgraded from what we did last time because there really was not that much that we could talk about with it other than the multiple people that were disappearing. So, and it has come to the point now which is why it's called the Smiley Face Killer or murders. They're finding in these areas where they find these bodies, they're finding a graffiti version of a smiley face all over the place, different versions of it too. And this is widespread. It's not just in one specific little area, guys. And it's been going on for I don't know over 20 years now, to be honest with you. And they're just getting more and more and more. February, I think there was 2 to 3 new ones that just happened in February.
I don't think so.
So it needs talked about on a regular. And the MO for this is almost always the same. Typically, it's somebody that's been out drinking in a bar or club, something like that. They go missing, and then they appear in a body of water. So I don't know if these people are being held for a while and then dumped. I mean, we don't know. And it's hard to find anything like digging wise to get in depth with it. So Miss Heather brought it back, and we are bringing it back to you. And we're going to look into it a little bit deeper than we did last time. So it's so great to see you in here, Poopa. Seriously, it is. Thank you for coming back. And all the rest of you, Jenny, it's welcome. It's good to see you here. I don't know if you've been here before, I believe. I do believe Jenny's been here before.
So,
if you haven't, welcome for the first time. It's great to see you. And if you have, welcome back. It's great to have you back. There's another Jennifer. We have 2 or 3 Jennifers and Jennys, and I can't remember if it was Phillips or if it was another one. So my apologies.
Familiar to me. So.
Do what?
Phillips sounds familiar to me.
I think so too. That's what I was saying. So welcome back, Jenny. It's great to have you back, honey. Okay. Now, yes, Poopa, we've missed you, my dear, so very much. Go for it, Derek. Please do. All right. I'm a Jenny too. Yes, you are. You're a couple different names. 8675309. Okay, that was corny. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Half of you guys probably don't even know what I'm talking about. All right. Fupa got it. So now there shouldn't be any audio with this, I don't believe, at least right now. So again, guys, we're talking in regards to the don't sing. You know what? Middle finger. How about that one? Placed kick. I think of Jenny. I think of Forrest Gump. Jenny, how's my Jenny doing?
I'm glad my name's not Jenny.
That song stuck in my head. It's already stuck in mine, Kim. Somebody else needs it. Jenny. When I saw my Jenny, I was running. I ran all the way to her. Okay, Dago, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
I swear I need to be put on medication, guys. So, the Smiley Face Killer, are these victims of a serial killer or are these just accidents? I find it hard to believe these are accidents, folks, because there's too many of them. 2 of these missing people were found in the waterways like Chicago River or Lake Michigan, and this is where most of these people have been found. Who and what are the Smiley Face murders? Graffiti depicting a smiley. Damn it. Hold on. I always do this, and then I end up having to do this. Where are they? 1 second.
I could just read it if that's easier.
Well, no, you do enough. I can read it. I just can't read it. That's all.
There's no glasses.
My glasses aren't sitting over there.
No.
Okay, go ahead and read it, Mama Bear. Son of a bibbit.
All right, graffiti depicting a smiley face along with along with 13 other distinct symbols found near the locations where they believe the killers dumped the bodies. Each city has their own symbols. Some law enforcement investigators and other experts are skeptical. The number of drownings over the years fluctuated from under 50 to over 70 per year. Over those 8 years, from 2015 to 2022, there's been a total of 5 drownings classified as homicides.
And if you look at these dots right here, folks, look how many there are. It's crazy.
Yeah, the red is undetermined.
Right.
They don't know how they passed, and the blue is accidents.
And I think based on the way it looks, they have to classify it as an accident, but I'm not convinced that they're all accidents either, you know?
Right.
What the hell? Okay. So you read this already?
Yep.
And let's bring it back down a little bit and move to the next. There we
go. Since March 24th, 2023, Peter Salvino and Christoph Zubert have been ruled accidental drownings. Joel Orduno was found in the river and remains under investigation.
Now, wait a minute. Back up, guys. Since March 24th, 2023. So these 3 just happened, like within, okay? When we covered this before, there was 3 new ones then, and that wasn't that long ago. So, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is becoming, one person is a problem, but this is really becoming a problem.
Yep. 11 bodies, mostly men in their 20s or early 30s, were removed from the Chicago River and Lake Michigan shoreline. Typically, they were last seen in nightlife areas of the city. Out of the 11 bodies found, 3 were ruled accidents, 1 was ruled an unaliving, and 7 ruled undetermined. And the graph up top says 1 in 3 drownings go undetermined in Cook County.
Right. And if you look, it's sporadic every year. And these are years, guys, from 2015 to 22. Look at it. This is insane. This is a lot of people just to accidentally fall into the river. You know what I mean?
To date, we have not developed any evidence to support links between these tragic deaths or any evidence substantiating the theory that these deaths are the work of serial killer or killers. Majority of these incidents appear to be alcohol-related drownings. Those were quotes from a retired detective, I think.
Right. And so I get that, okay? If you're like around here in Cleveland, we have a place that was called the Flats for years, okay? And it's nothing but bars. It's right down on the shore in the docking district, for the warehousing and stuff, all the boats that come in, shipping and all that. And there's a lot of bars down there, and a lot of people get drunk and wander. We've not had more than 2 in probably, I think, 35 or 40 years, people fall into the river because it's big. Okay. Lake Erie, I should say, not the river, Lake Erie. Because they're intoxicated. This is a lot of damn people, guys, to get drunk and fall into this these bodies of water. Come on. Oh yeah, the Flats are the place, Kim. So being in Buffalo, you probably did. But yeah, I'm saying like this is uncanny how many people this is happening to. Okay, and I have a hard time. But when people are drunk, they're with other people. I can't see one specific person wandering off and going, okay, That looks like we'll wander by and they fall in. No, it doesn't work that way, guys. Something's not right with this. I'm sorry. Yeah, the flats are a blast. They're not really there anymore. Everything's shut down because of the economy, but they were fun. I agree, Kim. My band played down there 3 different times, and I'm telling you what, lots of money made. Lots and lots.
Hmm.
So, all right. And that handles that part of it. Moving on. I think that was all that you sent me on that as far as that goes, but I do have this part of it, and then I'll get to the other stuff I had. Karen, you sent me something else. I did get that. Thank you, my dear. All right. I don't even have to put your name anymore. It's just there. That's hilarious. You and Molly's. I don't have to ever even type your names. They're just sitting there. Oh, and Heather's too. Yeah, and I think I told you guys. I never used email before I started doing this. You know that, right?
Yeah, you told me.
Never.
I was like, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. From Windsor, Ontario, Canada. I am a stone's throw from the Detroit River and not far from Lake Erie. Awesome, Derek. Well, not too far from me then, because I'm fairly close to Lake Erie. I mean, it's probably still far from me because Lake Erie's huge, but now where did it go? I just had it and now it's gone again. See, this is what I'm talking about, why I can't find it sometimes.
I need somebody to teach me how to do remote desktop so I can just link into his computer and fix it, clean it up.
I might have to have you do that now that I think of it. I just don't ever have the time to go in and do this. I got 2 things from you, by the way, Karen. Thank you. It just came through.
I think I still have an email from her that I haven't looked at yet.
Here it is. I just didn't go down far enough. Okay. Well, this is just the rest of what we were looking at. Was that an attachment, I guess? Two of these missing people, by the way, were found in the waterways like Chicago River, Lake Michigan, as it was said. Well, this is another same thing we already looked at, isn't it?
Looks like
sent
it.
to me twice.
Oh, whoops.
Oh no, there's the other side to it. Okay, let's try this. In 1997, 2 retired New York detectives, Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte, and criminal justice professor and gang expert Lee Gilberton, advanced the Smiley Face murder theory. This came after 3 college-aged men were found dead in city rivers around the same time. They believe that a string of young men found dead in bodies of water across several Midwestern states from the late 90s to the 2010s was the work of a serial killer or group of serial killers. In most cases, the official cause of death is listed as an accidental drowning. The detectives have investigated the deaths of at least 45 college-age men who were found dead in the water in 11 states in the early 2000s. As of now, Gannon told Newsweek that there are 681 cases, 681 folks, in their database that they suspect may be connected. That is insane. Gannon told CNN in 2008 that he believed the men were drugged and abducted from bars, held, and possibly mentally or physically abused before being unalived. Duarte said all the young men were popular, athletic, and good students who they believed were targeted. While he hasn't looked much into the recent bodies discovered in Chicago, Gannon said he believes that they are connected. In fact, the fact that you have so many of them in such a short period of time, which is what I said, I have to say that I would say they are connected, he said. He said the group is becoming more brazen because they know they can do whatever they want. Of course, they are picking it up And why wouldn't they? There's no consequences to what they're doing. Gannon added that these alleged killings have been going on in Chicago since 1999, guys, over 20 years. This is insanity, guys. Based on what this man just said, this is not a person or just a couple people. This is basically maybe a cult or a gang or a group. He's saying group. Okay, so the multiple people makes a group. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I see why you were this one, Heather. It's very mysterious in a lot of ways. So we're gonna look at some other things on this. But at first, I need to just excuse myself for one moment, Mama Bear, and I will be right back. Okay?
Okie dokie.
Thank you, dear. You're right back.
Hi. Hey, Derek, since you're from Canada, is there a way to cross into Canada and not have to have a passport? Somebody told me that there was, but I don't believe them. So I just thought I'd ask. Well, it popped in my head since you guys were talking. Heather, I don't know if I shared those story links with him or not. I can, let me pull up my email and.
Alrighty then.
See if I can find those.
You would think we would be hearing, yeah, but if they're not putting that much into it, Heather, we're probably not gonna see that. You need a passport. Where are you headed to?
Oh, I was just curious. I heard it from somebody at one point that there was somewhere somewhere you could cross into Canada without a passport, but I didn't believe him. So, and since Derek was from Canada, I just thought I'd ask because it popped in my head.
So is it true?
Yeah, Fupa says she needs a passport. So I figured.
They're expensive now.
Yeah. I wonder if a real ID would work or if it has to be a legit passport.
No, I think you have to have an actual Well, you have to have, or at least here in Ohio, they make you get this new ID that's really expensive that covers, like, if you have a passport and all that kind of stuff. So you have to have this special ID now to fly and everything. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's way more expensive, which that's our state for you. Charge you for everything they can and don't help you with anything.
Yeah, I did our
live pictures right now.
Yeah, I don't either, Jody. Don't feel bad. You can get a basic ID, like just I think like a state ID per se. It's like $10, but everything else is like $100. It's insane. All right, go get some water now.
glad I don't fly.
Welcome back, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Heather. Guys, if you would be kind enough to please be sure to tip our co-host, Mama Bear, if you could. She does so much for us and everyone else. Anything's appreciated. There are links to her Cash App and her PayPal, guys. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, Heather.
I can't get my wife to do a cruise. She doesn't want to be out on the open water. She's afraid of it. So, just like I don't like to fly.
My husband would never do a cruise because there's nothing to do but drink. So,
No worries, brother. Good to see you, Drip. Thanks for joining us. All right, guys. Go ahead.
He'd go insane. Just nothing. There's nothing he would want to do or could do because he's stuck on the boat.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I mean, I don't drink. My wife would enjoy herself because she does. But I mean, I think the shows probably some of them are good, depending on what cruise you go on. I'm glad to hear that, Molly. I'm glad to see you're still here. And it really there is nothing else to do. So, I mean, I probably would get in the pool or a hot tub or something like that. But like after you do that, what do? You just stand there and look at the water, you know?
Right. And then the rest is like the gambling stuff, and that gets you in trouble too. So it's like,
yeah, especially if, yeah, definitely.
No, Heather, no, it may not be exciting, but it's got a lot of mystery to it. And there's people that are just
it is
water, so and it needs some light shown on it.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's not that it's. Yeah, it is. It's kind of exciting. I just don't understand why they're not. Like she said, it's not going to be on the news if they're not putting that much effort into it. You know, I mean, we've seen cases of like a specific person getting beat up,
Right.
And it's national news. Okay, I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying it by any means, but like this is over 20 years worth of people going missing, and this very much so possibly being a serial killer situation with maybe even multiple people. Why is it not being paid attention to as much as it should be? That's my question, which is why we're doing this. You know what I mean? So no, absolutely. It's definitely, it's not even about it being exciting. It's just interesting. You know, you eat. What the hell are you talking about, Dave? Oh, on a boat. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, there is that.
That's
They have really good food, and it's 24 hours.
Right. Welcome, David. Good to see you, brother. All right, guys. This is from News Nation on the story we're talking about here. A little bit of this is one of the bodies of water that they're finding these people in, and then I'll let them explain the rest.
Keegan Harbor, just north of.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure you can hear it. Can you guys? Okay, there's that. I'm gonna click volume 3 different places. All right.
Chicago police there, along with U.S. Naval Intelligence and the Coast Guard, spent hours searching Lake Michigan and the nearby shoreline for any sign of Seamus Gray. Surveillance video shows the sailor leaving a bar early Saturday morning. From there, the trail literally runs dry. We'll show you a picture of it in a little while. It's a similar fact pattern to victims of a possible serial killer dubbed the Smiley Face Killer, known to operate not far from Waukegan in Chicago. Over the years, police have found at least 11 bodies removed from 11 different sections of the Chicago River and Lake Michigan, all with one similarity. 20 to 30-year-old victims who were last seen at events with alcohol, sometimes at bars. Karen Conti's here, attorney, hosts the Karen Conti Show on our sister station, WGN Radio in Chicago. All right, is the Smiley Face Killer a myth, or is there real facts to back up that this is...
What do you mean? Oh, I know why. Hold on.
Somebody out there taking advantage of people who if either drank too much or drugging them and then taking advantage of them.
There you go.
Depends who you talk to. The FBI says there's no such thing as the smiley face murder, and that there are more than just 11 bodies in Chicago. There are more like 14, and there are probably close to 600 if you look over a 20-year period over 11 states. And these are young men, as you said, found in waterways usually after drinking or going to a party. There are other people who are convinced that it is the work of maybe not just one killer, but a group of killers. I don't know what the theory actually is, but there's some sort of ritualistic killing that involves these young men, very similar. They're mostly non-minorities. They're in
freeze. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to pay attention to this. Okay, this is the guy I showed you guys the last time we talked about this, before the whole smiley face thing got brought into the picture. They just said, oh, okay, got it. They just said ritualistic, folks, and multiple people possibly. That's a cult. Okay. I'm starting to believe that this may be a cult. I don't know what these bodies are like when they pull them out of the bodies of water. if there's anything missing on their bodies, and they're not saying that, but we, who knows if there's any kind of markings on them after the fact, what they're doing, if they're being held for a period of a couple of days, tortured, or what they're doing, and then they're dumping them. This reminds me of a classic cult story where if it's ritualistic, they're saying something. So something must be on these bodies when they're finding them that gives them the thought pattern to go with ritualistic. Okay. Like I said, whether there's some kind of markings carved into them, something maybe is burnt on their body, something's missing maybe, or just the way that they're finding them, something is giving them the idea to call it ritualistic. So this, in my opinion, is some form of a cult, folks. It's not one person. And for that many people, guys, they said 600 people over 20 years. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Why isn't this like being put out more than what it is? Why aren't they investigating? I'm sure they're investigating these specifically one by one. They need to put together some sort of a task force for this, in my opinion, because it's ongoing. And like he said earlier, they can do what they want to do because there's no attention being paid to this. There's no consequences because they don't know who it is. This is a problem. This is why we're doing this. And I thank you, Heather, for bringing this out here again for us to do. I mean, again, guys, we always claim to be the voice for the voiceless. These guys absolutely have zero voice. The city doesn't have a voice on this. Nobody does because nobody's talking about it. This is insane. That's kind of where I'm at with it, Fupa. If it's a satanic group, and that is known to have been happening. I have a friend that lives in Chicago, and he said that they have a lot of cults in that area for some reason. In fact, I'm going to get in touch with him again and ask him if he knows anything specific about this. Because if it's going to continue happening, it seems to me that it gets worse and worse, that it's not getting any better. Okay. Even knowing that the police are looking for them, but the police, I feel bad because it doesn't seem to me that they really know what to look for. I mean, they don't have anything other than this smiley face thing. Right. Do you know if that means something other than happy, or smile, that's what we know what a smiley face is. Is that indicative of anything that we know specifically?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you seen anything, Heather, that may be indicative of at all, that smiley face, of any specific like group or a specific type of ritual possibly or something that means, or is it just something these people are doing? I'm going to have to, that's got me super curious now to look that up myself.
Yeah, and the one article I read said something like 13, different symbols or something. And so I don't know if they've just kind of come up with their own also, emoji code or something.
Yeah, and with you saying that, they're saying that different areas have different versions of this. So it's almost like there's sects. Let me say that right so it doesn't come out wrong. Sects, SECTSs, okay? They come out in different areas, and they have a different smiley face maybe that they're using to differentiate who is who. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Heather's saying just that it could be a copycat of the Happy Face Killer. Okay. Thank you, Drift, for spelling it out. Sect. Yeah. Either way I say it, it sounds the same. It doesn't matter. See, it's what happens if you have a missing tooth and yeah. Anyway. Sect. Let's not stick to that one. So let me finish this up here.
Over college age, they've been drinking at a bar, they've been at a liquor store, they've been at a party, and many times, which is very disturbing, they are found missing on a given day, and they are found in the water, say a week later, but the time of death was only 1 day. So there is this idea that they're being abducted and maybe held for a while before they're actually killed.
It's a terrifying concept when you think about it. Chicago police, each individual case will be investigated as a death. There's no investigation into a connection between these deaths. What is the smiley face connection?
Well, the smiley face apparently appeared as graffiti next to a large number of these boys over a 20-year period. So they were dumped in a river, there'd be some sort of graffiti next to them. Now, the FBI will tell you that smiley face is the most popular graffiti that exists, so that it's just a coincidence. But again, I'm looking at these numbers, Leland, and they're astounding. I did a show on this February 5th. We've had 4 bodies since then. So this is
Muted.
I know. I believe that we did our show. Didn't we do it around February, maybe too?
I honestly don't remember.
I think it was in February because there was one that had just been found. It was the kid from Poland, I believe. He was here like visiting for work or something, and then he went missing right before he was supposed to go back. Yes, that's what I meant by that, Fupa, by the way. The sect like a gang. The dark web, brushing dust bunnies off me. Well, sorry, pull down. Oh, are you okay? Oh, okay. I got in a rabbit hole. Anyway, I really thought she fell. Anyway, so yeah, that's, and there, if you look in the background here, there's one of those smiley faces there. And this is an area that they're finding these people. This is weird. It's actually kind of creepy if you ask me, because if this is a satanic cult or any kind of a cult, that's scary, because like I said, when we did our show last time, there was just another one that had been found, and I believe was in February, and then there were 2 more. So it seems like every month there's 2 to 3 more every month.
Seems like it.
And I want to know what's going on with these people, if they're taking them and holding them for a day, 2 days a week, doing something, and then they dump them. Like, I need to know what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of scary, like I said. And I haven't seen or heard anything of like that around here, or Indiana or Michigan. I mean, this is close to Michigan, but like actually in Michigan, nobody has come up from that I know of, or New York or anything like that. It's only in this area that I've heard about this. So I don't know what the deal is unless it's going to start growing. That's the other problem. Pookie, you're a trip, I swear. The satanic ones, they look for specific people and do them. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what's going on with this, Fupa. It's a little bit crazy. Sorry to keep interrupting, guys.
ramping up in Chicago.
Wait a minute. Molly says, I think they are being held. May not be alive, but they are being held at least for a day. Okay. Gotcha.
And what's interesting is I don't hear the police talking about it. I don't hear most of the media talking about it. And I'm not sure why people aren't astounded by these numbers.
And you think about you as an attorney, us as journalists.
Because they don't know about them until now. That's why we're astounded by the numbers, because they're not putting it out there, guys. That's the problem.
Right.
So once again, Heather, thank you.
Police investigators are not trained to believe in coincidences. You're trained the opposite, right? To try and connect these disparate facts. The concept that you'd have this many young men disappear only to be found dead in exactly the same way, a week later, is confounding. Who's pushing this? Who is investigating? What has to change before, as you point out, there'd be some real investigative resources to put towards this?
Well, I think talking about it is going to do a lot. And that's why I've been talking about it, because if the parents aren't putting this together, if the police aren't putting this together, somebody needs to knock on their door and look at the similarities here. And, some of these boys, there were 7 or 8 of them who the cause of death was undetermined. So if it's not drowning is easy to determine. There's water in your lungs. So what was the cause of death? Was it ethanol, which is what a lot of them had in their system? Does that mean they overdrank? Does that mean they were injected with a drug? How did they get in such an intoxicated condition 2 miles to get into the Chicago River? How did they walk all the way there and fall in? It just doesn't make sense.
It's confounding. And now you have this young man who is a member of the armed forces, U.S. Navy sailor. He was a recruit, and then in further training in Waukegan, who disappeared. It's a very, very similar fact pattern. Karen, we're going to keep talking about it. You do as well until we get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find news.
All right. Well, there's that. Now, let me see something here. Just to give you guys a little bit of insight. Now, there was, I'm going to show it to you here, another scenario that went on years back called the Happy Face Killer. It was Keith Jesperson. Okay. I'm going to give that to you guys to check out here real quick. And it makes me wonder if this has anything to do with this. Okay. If maybe he's a part or was a part of this possible group, maybe. Okay.
Hello?
Sorry, I was muted again.
Oh, I was like, oh.
Eight in 5 states is just a tiny drop in a bucket compared to what we're looking at with this other case. So was this a copycat? Is this other scenario going on in Chicago a series of copycats over the past few years? But this has been going on for over 20 years. This guy, I believe this was in 95, folks. So maybe it was all conjoined. You know, maybe he was part of a group, or maybe this group decided to take up where he left off, or what. You know, I mean, it's hard to say. But let me let him finish talking. But yeah, this is from 1995, by the way. That's crazy. So this is what this. One second, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me wonder. It really does make me wonder now. So I'm going to venture to say that anything that no, Red. Not that I know of. I'm going to venture to say that anything that's going on now, if they're going to link that together, you know, it's a copycat scenario. And he dumped that body, he said, in the gorge, which is a body of water. So I would think that maybe this is a group that follows him. You know what I mean?
Could very well be.
Don't forget to tickle the lip till it turns blue. Okay. Thank you, Drift. The Monongahela National Forest is so vast, there are places no human has set foot. No, wait, what the hell? Okay. Thank you, Pookie. Spelunker. Okay. Let's see. Whoa. That's interesting. I'm trying to find. Okay, the investigators be here. Here it is. 1 second.
All right, man. Today.
All right, guys. This is content care of Barstool Chicago. These are investigators behind the Smiley Case theory, or Smiley Face Killer theory. I wanted you guys to hear. I had this from the last time because they had talked. These same guys talked about this before it was dubbed the Smiley Face. So, one moment, guys. Again, let me know about the audio, as always, please, as I'm sure you all will. And there we go. Okay.
It's Wednesday, it's January 11th. Welcome to the Dog Walk presented by Barstool Sports. Today I'm joined by Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte, former NYPD detectives. And
yeah, they're talking fast. Let me give you guys some subtitles. Although I've noticed that lately the subtitles don't make any sense either half the time. So good luck.
Right.
Right.
The founders, by some would know, of the Smiley Face Killer theory. Kevin, Anthony, thank you for doing this. Kevin, we were going before this. Founder of the theory. Interesting how we got there. Is that safe to say? Is that fair to say? 1997. Start at the beginning. How do we get here? Let's start from there. 1997.
Okay, 1997. I was a detective sergeant in the missing persons squad for the NYPD. And on February 16th of 97, 2 days after I got into the missing persons squad, I used to run the robbery unit in the 4-2 precinct. I got transferred, basically promoted into the missing persons division of the detective bureau. And Pat McNeil went missing from Fordham University, 21-year-old student, and in Manhattan, 92nd Street, from a bar called the Dapper Dog. Obviously, the investigation ensued, and like 3 months later, he was recovered at Owlshead Pier in Brooklyn. And from what I saw from everything that I did from the investigation and from speaking to the NYPD Harbor Unit, the body would not have gone from Manhattan into Brooklyn out to Owlshead Pier anyway with the water current. So the only way he could have gotten there would have been if he had been driven to the scene, to the location, and placed into the water there. So, that was what I was looking at. I had gone to every place in Manhattan looking for him. There's no way he could have gained access because he was right on the border of the East Side Drive where he was last seen. We had a vehicle that was following him coming out of the bar. He appeared to have been drugged. He was throwing up in the bar before he left. He did not have a high amount of alcohol. He was falling down, getting up, and a vehicle was following him with a male and a female. He walked down from 92nd Street southbound on 2nd Avenue to 90th Street, made a left-hand turn towards the East River, which is like a block away, and this vehicle followed him. And from that point, we were looking at this as being a suspicious case.
Sorry.
We had, so anyway, in the rest of the year, I had 2 subs.
Did you say something, Mama?
Nope.
Oh, I thought that was your voice. I'm sorry. We're going to get into that, what Red and Heather are talking about. That's really interesting.
Subsequently, I had 2 cases of young men that were missing from bars. One kid, a year later, Larry Andrews, went missing from bar 42nd Street. He wound up in Owlshead Pier in the same exact spot. A year later, New Year's Eve, Larry Andrews went missing on 42nd Street in Manhattan, coming out of a bar. He winds up in Owlshead Pier shortly thereafter. Again, one kid was 9 miles away. The other kid was 12 miles.
Okay, so take back what I said about New York not being involved in this, because now these guys are talking about this happening in New York as well, guys. So I'm going to have to look into something maybe in Cleveland. It's a larger city. Detroit, maybe. That's kind of interesting to me. So, yeah, for sure.
Miles away. They both wound up in the same spot, which they couldn't have gotten to. In fact, I know that because I had a homicide where a young girl, 10-year-old girl, was murdered down by South Street Seaport, which is only like 2 miles away from Owlshead Pier. And she was found exactly where she was abducted, a block from the school. So these 2 young men could not have gone and traveled 9 and 12 miles respectively to Owlshead Pier unless they were specifically driven and put in there. And then 3 months later, Joshua Bender, a Yeshiva University student who was walking across campus to study with some friends, winds up in the Hudson River on the west side. The difference with him was he wasn't coming from a bar. And because he was Jewish, the family wanted the body right away. They never did an autopsy on him. And as I tried to express to my supervisors, we got 3 kids now missing, which is serial, in a 15-month period. And this kid was not coming from a bar. He wasn't drunk, whatever you want to think what the scenario is. He's walking across campus to study with friends, and he doesn't make it to the next dorm. I said, we don't even know if he didn't have his skull crushed in where somebody hit him with a baseball bat or a pipe or something. We have to look at this. They gave the body to the families. They buried the young man right away after that with whatever evidence was there. Obviously, he wasn't drugged like we believe Patrick was and Larry was, because they were both kind of out of it. And Larry had some kind of little bit of drugs in him because he had a cold or something. But when I saw the autopsy photos on both these young men, Patrick McNeil was burnt from the waist up. There was no decomposition on his body. And what you have to understand about victims in water is they have to bloat to float. They go in the water. And now in Chicago with these young men, they have to go they're in the water. They would have to drown it's too cold for the decomposition process to begin. So the weather has to get warm. When the weather gets warmer, the body starts to decompose. The gases in the body cause the stomach and the abdomen to, expand, and then they float up to the water. Our young men were flat. The stomachs were flat, like they just got out of the shower. Larry Andrews, the second young man, had his nose when they rolled the body to take a picture from the autopsy. The nose is on the left side of the face. They roll this way. The nose is on the right side of the face. He's got a busted nose. Unless you want to say he fell on his face before he went in, that would be the only way he would incur these injuries. But it wasn't just like that. It was like he was beaten. And from what I knew from the sisters, she said, Larry was a tough kid. If they tried to grab him, he would have fought. So everything showed me, but most importantly was from the levels of decomposition, that these young men were not in the water and the amount of time they were missing, which tells me that they were killed very close to when they were put into the water. So they were held for a period of time. It looks like alive before they were put into the water.
Well, to prove that they were held, Eddie, Patrick McNeil had fly larvae on him.
Correct.
So if you're drunk, falling in the river, and you drown, and that's the end of it, flies are not going to put eggs or larvae on your body underwater. You have to be for a certain period of time before they put you in the water.
Okay,
right.
so
the only way flies can lay eggs, first of all, like Anthony said, is the fly larvae was found in its groin, number one. Number two is flies can't lay eggs on a human body under 52 degrees temperature. So unless they're wearing scuba diving suits now, and before they lay the eggs on a body, I'm pretty sure he died and was deceased on land in temperatures over 52 degrees for them to lay the eggs on him before he was put in water that was like 40 degrees.
Okay, so we have three men, all of college age, you said?
Right, all college students, 21, 22, right? All
college age, and they end up being found in bodies of water, and the police say it's all incidental drowning, accidental, and now you seem to think there's more suspicious things going on because you obviously maybe some blunt force trauma, being held longer, and then being put in the water because of where they're found and whatnot. Now, at what point here? This is 97, you said?
Right.
Now, at what point here does this thing go, all right, well, it's serial. At what point do you start seeing the smiley face?
Well, what happens is, I didn't remember. I remember there was a blue one under a bridge. It's kind of weird, but like most people say, you think it's generic. I never thought about anything at the McNeil case when I saw it. But it was just under a bridge. And I was like, I'm looking at, I walked from the scene from Owl's Head Pier to just see if there's anything that would look suspicious. Like people were out there, maybe the cigarettes where somebody may have, been involved with the murder. So I'm looking at different things that could be there. Anything related to Patrick? Is there something that?
They were saying that it was bot fly. Bot flies were on the body's drift, which is going to come from flies. And he's absolutely right. I know this basically from EMS experience that they can't in the water, So that's interesting. Sorry.
Could have been related to him. Was there a wallet there? Was there any piece of clothing? Because this is before after he was recovered. So I'm looking to see if anything else could have been there because I'm already assuming that somebody put him in there. And I saw a bunch of graffiti. I'm like, it didn't mean anything. The only thing I remember was this blue smiley. But what happened was, I had promised Jackie McNeil, this is where I made the promise that, because I got intimately involved with the family and I felt terrible about what happened to him. And I thought he was murdered. And then, so I told her when I retired from the NYPD, which was in 2001, I would, go and prove that her son was murdered. And then what happened in 2002, I was reading about the Chris Jenkins case, called up about that case, because that case, just from reading about it, was totally suspicious. And
where was Chris Jenkins at?
That was in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
Okay.
Lacrosse player, top shape. He was coming out of a bar. They said he was stumbling like as if he was drugged. I had always thought that Patrick was drugged at the bar, and from his behavior and then getting sick beforehand, and he had very little alcohol in him, for a big stocky kid who was a football player, and so I did the research. I called out the cops out there. I asked about the stuff, and there was nothing I could do at the time. And then all of a sudden, like a year later, I wound up getting cancer. And I was laid up for like a year, over a year and a half. And they gave me 2 years to live and blah, 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 and this whole thing. And then when I came back from it, I said, I got to go back and look at these cases. And I wound up finding that website, Drowning in Coincidence, by a young man named Vance Holmes, who lost his brother, I guess, to the drowning. And all of a sudden I see, like, at the time, there's like 35 drowning kids across the country. And I'm like, holy shit, what the hell's going on here? This can't be an accident. I'm looking at these kids, and they're all in similar locations in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Minneapolis. It was all basically around the I-94 corridor. And at that point, I said to Anthony, hey, would you be interested and going around the country and looking at these cases? And he says, yeah, you always thought these things were suspicious. When do you want to go? And I said, well, they're going to make a mistake sometime, and I'll let you know when. And at that point, La Crosse, Wisconsin was ground zero because they had about 6 kids in about a 5-year period. And we hadn't yet got all the paperwork on them, in which, we used those cases in the book. And, one city, 6 cases, blah, 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 blah. And Cullen Fortney went missing. He was the one that got away, as the La Crosse Tribune called him. But from everything we told, we knew the police down there knew what was going on. They had a captain down there, Captain Bromer, who we wound up meeting with, was really nice, showing us all around, showing us the paperwork, showed us, look, these are all accidents, blah, 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 and hands me a book with another kid who's saying, he swears that he was drugged and thrown into the water. And I said, wait, this kid's saying, and then he grabbed the book back from me and he goes, no, that's all bullshit, whatever. And when Anthony and I came out of the meeting, I said, he goes, what do you think? He goes, that Broman, he was pretty good. He shared some stuff with us. I said, yeah, but I said, I'm not believing everything that he was trying to push on us. And the reason was the conversation, the way it went was on the Jeff Kesey case. He had a bloodhound that followed him down the road in the middle of the street as if he was in a vehicle. That was the same thing that happened with Chris Jenkins, and the same dog had done the Chris Jenkins scent. They found his scent from a bar into a garage where they found a red feather by the spot in the garage, and then the vehicle came out of the garage and went across the Hennepin Avenue Bridge in the middle of 3 lanes. So that tells me Chris isn't walking. Chris is in the back of that vehicle somewhere. We know he didn't fall off the Hennepin Avenue Bridge because there's no can float like that. They float forward with the arms dangling. So Anthony and I knew that. He had clogged shoes on and they were still on his feet. So we knew from the beginning, we got to go out there and do Chris Jenkins. And what happened was with the Cullen Fortney case, the police said, well, you know what? He was found at 7 in the morning running into the hospital. He got out of the river. He said, the last thing I remember was 2 in the morning. I'm in the bar. And then the next thing I know, I'm swimming in the Mississippi River. I pull myself out. I lay on the rocks for like 10 minutes. I'm freezing. I know I'm gonna die. I get up. I hear traffic. I run to the traffic, which was 7 in the morning. And he runs to the hospital and says, I think I was drugged and somebody tried to kill me. What did the police do? They looked at the case and they said, okay, his blood alcohol level at 8 in the morning, 6 hours later, was 0.4. Alcohol disperses from your body at 0.2 milliliters per hour. So at 6 hours, 6 times 2 is 12. So they add 12 to the 0.4 and say, oh, he was just a stupid drunk kid at 2 a.m. in the morning at 0.16, double the intox level. They're 100% correct, which means they know what they're talking about. They're smart. The only problem is the temperature was 32 degrees. If he fell in the water at 2 a.m. in the morning and laid on the rocks for 5 hours, he would have been dead by 2:45 to 3 a.m. He wouldn't have been walking in the hospital 4 hours later.
That's right.
So they tried to tailor everything to fit a scenario that they wanted. But that told me that young man was held till at least 7 in the morning because he was only in the water for like 5 minutes. Then he got out. He laid on the rocks for 10 minutes, freezing like he said, and got into that hospital at 7:15 when they warmed him up, and then he took his blood at 8 a.m., which is why the alcohol level was that level at 8. So even at 7 o'clock in the morning when he went in, his alcohol level at that time would have been 0.06. How does a completely sober kid who could drive a vehicle because he's under the intox level of 0.08, how does he not remember a thing except the cold water woke him up unless he was drugged? And at that point, we started thinking of what drugs it could be, and we came up with GHB, odorless, colorless, tasteless. I said, that's got to be the drug. And the reason I found that.
Hang on a minute, guys.
Right.
Way, how does he not remember a thing except the cold water woke him up unless he was drugged? And at that point, we started thinking of what drugs it could be, and we came up with GHB, odorless, colorless, tasteless. I said, that's got to be the drug. And the reason I found that drug, and I was in narcotics as a drug guy, I had never heard of GHB at the time. We had been doing crack and everything in the 80s. We had 2,200 homicides a year. There was the University of Wisconsin.
There you go, there's an echo.
Of every drug there was.
What's that?
Echo.
Sorry.
And we sat there reading. I said to Anthony, that's the one right there, GHB. He goes, yeah. He said, well, it could be. We didn't know anything about it. We started testing all our victims after that. And every victim that we've tested for GHB in them that came out of the water has had GHB in them. 100% of the cases.
100%.
100%.
Holy shit. Okay. So each 100% of these people have this drug in their body. So they're being drugged, roofied, whatever you want to call it, as they're leaving or in the bar. They're leaving the bar and then something's happening. Whether they're being, like he just said, he thinks they're being held. Guys, this is a little bit bigger than what this is in New York. And what did he say? Minnesota? New York, Minnesota, Chicago. I really got to start looking on Cleveland now. And in Michigan and Indiana. What's the largest body of water you have around you in Indiana, Mama Bear?
Probably the White River.
Okay. White River. Okay. And then we got GHB is a depressant. That's right, it is. So, which will put you to sleep, basically, and pretty much erase your memory.
That's what I take at bedtime for my narcolepsy.
Exactly. It puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
And it's pretty strong, depending on the dosage of it. It will, you won't remember anything. Damn, this is crazy. I wonder if there's a way for us to get any kind of tox results on any of these bodies that they're pulling out of Chicago.
Molly probably be the one to find those.
Without having a foyer. Molly, are you still in here, hon? Date, struggle, cuddle, drug. Yeah. What do I hear, like somebody filing or sanding something?
I'm brushing Echo's hair.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Oh, it's okay. It sounds like to me it sounds like somebody's like running a file over something. That's all I could think of. Yes, you are. Okay, listen, hon. Do me a favor. If you have the ability to look at the smiley face, quote unquote, smiley face murders that are out of Chicago and see if there's any kind of toxicology reports on any of the victims that they're pulling out of the water when they pull the autopsy. If there's any listing for anything. I am super curious now. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it when we're done. I was just saying you could probably, while we're in here doing this, if you can see anything. I would just look up the smiley face murder victims in Chicago and see if they list any of the names. I had the names earlier. I'll have to go find them if not. And if there's any kind of an autopsy thing on that, because I'm curious to see if there's any toxicology, and if it shows there's GHB in it, that's crazy. All right, hon. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Let me move this along.
Cases that we tested for, those young men have had GHB in the body. And then, of course, lacrosse isn't telling you anything that they arrested a guy in lacrosse a few years later with like 3,000 hits of GHB. But maybe he was giving it to those kids, or maybe he's involved with selling to somebody who is giving it to the kids. And I'm telling you, those kids in lacrosse were murdered. And a lot of those kids were coming out of one specific bar before they were murdered. So whether it's the bartenders, whether it's who's involved with it, but they were coming out of one specific bar.
Now, Lacrosse PD has come out and said that there were no smiley faces, correct?
I don't know what they said. They may have said that. All I can tell you is they had a bloodhound where the fire department said, had I not seen this bloodhound do this search, he wouldn't have believed it himself. They did a search with the car search that I told you where the body was found. And then 3 months later, the same dog did a boat search in which they were on the boat, and they took the dog took him down from the Mississippi River down Running Slough, a little slough where you could see where that would be a place to put the body. And they didn't put him in the Mississippi River. They put him in this little slough. And I said, well, what was it? Why was the dog over by the gravel pit? The father asked them. They came down to the gravel pit, and he said, was this where your son was recovered? He said, yeah, this is where he was recovered. He said, wow, that's amazing. This dog, here it is, 3-4 months later, 6 months later, he goes right to the same spot. All of a sudden, the dog starts, he got out of the boat, sat down where the young Jeff Casey was. They put him back in the boat, and the dog starts barking again, and He takes the boat over to a small island. So the father says, well, why is the dog barking here? What happened over here? He goes, oh, well, we didn't tell you. Your son was so bunched up on a bunch of logs and trees that we had to take him by a hook and the tree and drag the body over to that island where we were able to get out and then place him into the body bag. So the dog was 100%, where we found him. How did he also know? When the dog had already met the father. So the father, before they started the search, gave Jeff Giesey's hairbrush to a fireman. He said, I want you to hold the hairbrush that you're going to use for the dog to scent. Put it inside your coat. He puts on his fire vest. He puts on the rubber coat, closes everything up. The dog comes out, smells the father first before they did the search. And then he walks away because, the kid, he obviously had touched the brush, goes over to the fireman, jumps up and starts scratching at him to get the brush. So that was told the fireman and the police officer from La Crosse who was there that this dog, the validity of the dog was unbelievable. So this is the thing. There was another case.
It does, Red. That's a fact, but it's not enough for it to show up on a specific test. Okay, not in the way that they were testing for it. That's a fact. So you could probably look that up and it'll tell you that too. It does naturally produce it, but not enough for it to pop up on a regular test just for that. You know what I mean?
In La Crosse, Luke Holman that we did, where nobody's telling anybody. But we had it in our show. That dog scented Luke Holman, first a bloodhound, into a vehicle, slid over from the driver's side passenger seat, rear passenger seat from the driver's side to from the rear driver's seat to the rear passenger seat. Then they put a cadaver dog in. The cadaver dog scented the young man over to the other seat. Then the state police, who were called in by the La Crosse police to assist them, found blood droplets. They did a black light and they found blood droplets on the vehicle. You know what they do with the vehicle? They let it go. Anybody who watches a Dateline or anything would tell you right now, any mother would watch his Dateline father, they say, you bring the vehicle in, wouldn't you? When you cut out and check and see if that DNA matches Luke Holman in the back of somebody's vehicle. The police told the state police, let the vehicle go. Thank you so much. Let the vehicle and the occupants leave La Crosse. Now, who does that when you have a death investigation and you got a bloodhound and a cadaver dog and blood in the vehicle? Please tell me.
Don't bring the dogs in if you don't want to get the answer. Don't ask the question.
Exactly. If you don't want the answer, don't ask the question if you don't want the answer.
So I guess my question is how do you guys think it's so widespread then, right? How is there so many factions of this? Because you guys think it's somewhat of a gang, right? Because we're talking La Crosse, Minnesota, Chicago, Boston, Detroit, right? Like we're talking many American cities. How is this so widespread, or are they traveling in a different city every time they do this? What is your theory how it comes to that?
No, we've said before, it's a major organization. The kid, he obviously had touched the brush, goes over to the fireman, jumps up, who were called in by the La Crosse police to assist them, found blood droplets. You bring the vehicle in, wouldn't you? When you cut out and check and see if that DNA matches Luke Holman in the back of somebody's vehicle. The police told the state police, let the vehicle go. Thank you so much. Let the vehicle and the occupants leave La Crosse. Now, who does that when you have a death investigation and you got a bloodhound and a cadaver dog and blood in the vehicle? Please tell me.
Don't bring the dogs in if you don't want to get the answer. Don't ask the question.
Exactly. If you don't want the answer, don't ask the question if you don't want.
That's true, guys. But listen, when they're testing for concentrated levels of this, and in concentrated levels, it's a depressant. Okay, it's going to put you out, and it's used, like Mama Bear just said, it's one of the drugs that she takes to put her to sleep at night because she's got narcolepsy. So that in itself that's why I need to know. I'm sorry I paused that for a minute or went back because I'm trying to write down every state this has happened thus far. That's what I'm trying to get. I've been taking notes through this whole thing once these guys started talking. This has me locked and loaded now, folks.
Yes.
So I guess my question is how do you guys think it's so widespread then, right? How is there so many factions of this? Because you guys think it's somewhat of a gang, right? Because we're talking La Crosse, Minnesota, Chicago, Boston, Detroit, right? Like we're talking many American cities. How is this so widespread, or are they traveling in a different city every time they do this? What is your theory of how it comes to that?
No, we said before, it's a major organization. We believe cells anywhere from 8 to 10 or maybe 15. We don't know how many per group in most of these.
Sorry again.
Cities throughout the country. And are they communicating together? Yes, they are. Do we believe Chicago has a cell out there? Yes, we do. Is it exactly the one that we found some evidence to? I can't say it's exactly that, but we know one thing. They did have, we have pictures of them from the internet, and they did have a lot of stuff that's consistent with us, with our group.
And because
including wearing smiley faces. We have pictures of them at a barbecue wearing smiley faces. Okay, so
what do you mean by that? Go into that a little more. What did you see at a barbecue?
Well, they had smiley faces on, and they also had shirts on that was consistent with our group. You know, who the organization is. So we know that. So if I told you it was the Hells Angels, the Crips, the Bloods, the Latin Kings, anything like that, the neo-Nazis, we would know from our group, you know, the symbols that they leave beside the smiley face. Everybody used to say smiley face was so generic. I understood that, but the smiley face is not as generic as everybody thinks it is. The smiley face is obviously now, and it took me, I found it in the connection to the smiley face in about 2009. And I called Anthony. I said, what do you think about this? You think I'm crazy? He goes, well, I think you're crazy. But as far as this, I think you're 100% right on the ball. But that was related to the group. We found information with them that was related to them. Some of the things they use from a numerology, method that they have.
So Tony, what has stopped you guys from releasing some of this then? Because if there's pictures of these guys kind of hanging out and whatnot, what's the hesitance to kind of put it like a picture so people can be looking out for what the danger is?
Actually, so we put everything out there. We had pictures of all the different smiley faces, and we went into forensics and brought experts on the show. So, we had 6 homicides that we proved to be homicides. And
no, but of the gang members, of like the 12 gang members, was that out there?
No, we never put any stuff. First of all, we didn't want to put. We can't put names down of groups that we think it is because we're not looking to get sued. This is where we don't have the authority. Where police departments really have to do the investigation.
Yeah.
Well, second thing is, we wouldn't if we told exactly what the symbols were, the other symbols, then we were afraid that we have a lot more copycat guys who could now start putting this down like, oh, hey, this kid went missing here. I put this on, we're making another Smiley Face Killer. We know if it's related to us because when we go to the scene, if that information is there, besides the smiley face, the other symbols, we know if this one, it looked good, but it's probably an accident. But this one, it looks like it's connected to us because our gang or our symbols are there, markings from our group, and that's how we know. And the professor who used to work with us, excuse me, he's teaching right now, but we broke it down to, he really did a good job with that. Was that we found 13 distinct symbols, and some of them are the real big ones, like say 1 and 2 is this, 1 is a smiley face and 2 is this, 3 is that, but when we go to scenes, we might find, and he broke it down where like Chicago might have 1, 2, 7, 9, 11. You know what I mean? Of those symbols. And La Crosse might have 1, 2, 6, 8, 10. And then New York might have 1, might not even have 2. It might have 1, 4, 11, 12, 13, whatever. So it's like so it seems like they're the same, but yet they all have their own individual identity.
Because I guess when it comes to why you wouldn't release it, I get that. But when you going back to you saying you think of different gangs, obviously there's the mafia, there's the Latin Kings, there's the neo-Nazis. Right. Gangs can look at all different shapes and sizes. So to have some type of visualization of these guys, I think would help people to identify, to be, what to look out for. Because I think there's a factor here where people are kind of afraid, so that's why it's like people don't know what to look for.
The main thing we always told people, and if anybody ever asked me, young kids, we've always said, Anthony, and the professor, Mike, that watch your drinks. Since we have the 100% thing on maybe like 22 or 23 cases where we've personally checked for the drug GHB, because most medical examiners, when they do an autopsy, they do like a 6, 9, or 12 array of drugs. So, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, barbiturates, amphetamines, blah, 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 blah. Most of them are not tested for GHB. That's something you have to actually request. And sometimes most departments don't want to do it because it's extra money. We would pay for it from the family. We told them get the liver tissues, and that's where we got that 100%, success rate.
Mhm.
But what I tell them is that watch your drinks in a bar. Even if you're guys, do not leave your drink alone. There was a video we saw online where some guy had a Visine bottle, and he was going around, and I'm talking to you like we're standing here, and somebody's putting his hand over the guy's shoulder and put 2 drops like in the drink. Now that's going to be a lot harder with the other person doesn't see it, or you're holding your drink down by your side and he's putting a little drops in him. So if they're making videos like that, just think about it. You're in your bar and you're talking to your friend and your drink is on the bar. Anybody could put it in. There's no way that they're going to put powder in and start stirring it unless they were the bartender. So it's like it's already diluted. It's already in a Visine bottle, 2 drops. And think about it. When did they always go missing? They go missing right at closing time. What happens in closing time? Closing time is it's winter. You're cold. You're going to get your coat. You're going to the bathroom one last time because you're going to be walking out cold. You're trying to make plans for a dorm or something later on where you're going to continue drinking and hanging out, a party and whatever. Or you're trying to, meet a female, one or the other. All of a sudden, you're with your friend, like, he was just here. He's gone. Where'd he go? Well, he's abducted at that time. Why also is it that none of these kids go missing? Why are not all these kids drunk, found in bodies of water in the summertime? Why is it only in the winter when there's plenty of people out there? Because there's plenty of people out there. They're doing this in the winter during school. Yeah, school is part of it, but it's cold. Most people aren't hanging out. It's easy to snap somebody up. It's not like there's thousands of people by, the ocean or the river. It's always rivers. It's never by the ocean. It's never by the beach. It's always with these rivers, which are raging cold. Dump the kid in, whisks him away. I mean, you have to start looking at why it's happening like this and the time of year that it's happening.
Yeah, and isn't it kind of a body decomposition thing too? Like, doesn't that make
sense?
So
well, this is why we're saying the Chicago cases. There's no way that these young men went in the water in Chicago in this cold, and they're found 2.5 days later, 4 days later, 5 days later, and they've already surfaced. How? They didn't even decompose. So what made them float? There's only one reason a body is floating in water without any decomposition and bloating. They were dead before they went in. That's the only way that the bodies would be still floating on top of the water.
But before we maybe get into that, can you go back to the symbols again? I was a little confused on that. How you said New York might be 2, 4, 6, 8. Can you go back to that for a second?
Right. We've been able to discern from everything by going to all the scenes where these victims were and taking pictures of graffiti. We found 13 distinct pieces of graffiti, and some are specific to each geographical location in the United States. Chicago, like I said, could be 1, 3, 5, 7. New York could be 1, 4, 8, 10. Wisconsin could be 1 with the smiley, 6, 7, 9, 11. I mean, so it goes like that, and then that's not that you couldn't find. Even if we had 6, 7, 9, maybe one time it's 7 and 9, or it's not always all the same. But they're specifically related to those pieces of graffiti, which are related to their self.
Okay.
They're still, so that's how we know that our group is there.
And I'm obviously a little hesitant to speculate on some of the most recent cases in Chicago, but has anyone reached out to you with the recent cases from here?
No. Listen. The only thing that I'm looking at from all the paperwork that I looked at in the last few days last week that Anthony and I looked at is that the cases weren't made accidental. At least with Jelani Days, with the Elio man. Inaki Biscarin is still undetermined. Undetermined for us is like a overall catch-all, like catch-22. It's not a homicide. It's not a drowning. But unless you come up with any new information, it just basically goes in, the waste paper basket of file 13. Nobody's really doing any active study on it. And Anthony can talk to you about that.
And that's the official determination from the coroner or the Chicago coroner.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Basically, you put them in a category that it says undetermined. It's like, well, all right, the person's dead. How they died, we're not sure. After autopsy, they can't tell. It requires further investigation. So on our job, it was called a CUPI, which was an acronym for Circumstances Undetermined Pending Police Investigation. I don't know, Chicago probably has the same type of thing, but it's actually more of a pain in the ass than doing a homicide or an accidental investigation, because you really have to go deep into it even further. There's no knife sticking out of his back or a bullet in the chest or something. They only go by what the police tell them as far as the medical examiners are. So it is a catch-all designation. The question is, do these police departments continue that investigation? With today's manpower shortages and everything else going on, it's hard to do it, to dedicate all these resources, unless you're one of the families that just continue to push and push and push, which some do, some don't. It's a personal decision.
But even
right, and especially Chicago. Chicago's got, like some weekends they got like 40 shootings at one time. You think they got time to really look for a young white male who was drinking? So it's automatically assumed it's alcohol related death.
Why do you think they're so hesitant to kind of buy in and kind of work with you guys? What's the situation? Like the FBI kind of came out and said no as well, right? What's the pushback been? Why do you guys feel that there's been pushback on this?
Well, listen, like I always said, the two most dreaded words in the police department is
serial killer,
or task force, which is usually ultimately to follow serial killer. And if you remember the Son of Sam case, which my boss has told me, what do you want to do, Spider? You want to make this a serial killer? Like the Son of Sam? He goes, that's never going to happen with the NYPD ever again. So the idea was, back in those days, that thing cost, they had 300 detectives around the clock, 24 hours a day. It cost, millions of dollars, and that they went on chasing him for a year. So do you think any department really wants that? Besides the fact of the manpower taken away, like Anthony said, from all the other cases, or the shooting and stabbing homicides that they have in Chicago? You think they have time to start chasing a bunch of, drunk kids falling in water? It's not going to happen. And that's the problem. And the FBI didn't really dispute it 100%. They just said, from what we've seen now, it appears to be alcohol related deaths. That's all they said. But that
information from. They got it from. They got that from La Crosse PD, who wanted to put something out. Somebody in La Crosse back then had a friend in the behavioral sciences unit in the FBI, and they called them and they said, "Well, we looked at these 6 cases and we don't think there's anything there." Hello, they didn't even, you can make that determination from, behind the desk. It had nothing to do with any investigations or anything.
Right, no boots on the ground. I mean, they did 8 cases. They had 1 page on each kid. We did 5 cases in our book, and we had 30 pages proving homicide on each case. So we wrote a 150-page report on 5 cases. They had an 8-page report on 8 cases. So pretty sure they didn't go to the scene, like Anthony said. They didn't look at it. They didn't do what we have. And how do you stop a bloodhound and cadaver dog and a state police that said, "Hey, don't put that shit on us. Broma told us to go"? That's telling you that those guys knew what they were supposed to do with that vehicle. They didn't do it, because if La Crosse admitted that Luke Holman was murdered, now they got to investigate those other 8. They got a serial killer with 3 universities in that 4-block area, which has 35 bars or 33 bars. That whole community was dependent upon those 3 universities. Do you think anybody's going to go to those universities? If they got 8 kids that were murdered in La Crosse, they had to get rid of that. So they shit canned it as quickly as they could.
Has it slowed down at all? Because you would think with the the advancement of technology, with the Ring doorbell, with camera surveillance, CCTV, you would think that now that there's more of that available, that this would stop happening as much. Have you guys noticed a downswing in it, or has it been happening just as much?
Well, sometimes you get a little low, but you can see it obviously picked up in Chicago with especially this year. So we usually get Google alerts. So some cities will have something that'll be in this city, so you don't hear for a while. Now it's in Chicago. It looks like again. So no, I don't think it's slowing down. I think these guys know what they're doing. I mean, and there's females involved also, and also female victims that started in the last few years. So it's not just males anymore. But like I said, the cameras and stuff are in bars and stuff. But when they get them out, if they drug them, they can they could follow the kids. The kids are inebriated. They start walking. They're staggering. They're going to their car. They're going back to the hotel room if they're visiting. They're going back to their apartment, like these young men here. In one of the cases, I mean, I don't know which one was I pulled up. I think it was Inaki Biscarin. He was walking and he's talking to his friends on the phone, and he's saying he's going in one direction, but they found out from the phone pings that he was actually going in the opposite direction from where he thought he was going. So that sounds to me like somebody who was drugged.
Awesome,
and,
Frank. Thank you.
Can they follow the kid and grab him in another location? Yeah, they can. I mean, we've had cases where one kid, they called us up in Minnesota, where they said, "I think our friend was going to be a victim." He said, "We were functioning. We were in a bar hanging out. There was like 2 bars. Our friend was on the other side of the bar. He seemed to be functioning perfectly, talking to people and women at the bar, hanging out. We were in another room, whether it was a disco or dancing or something. And they went looking for him at closing time. And they're like, where's Tommy? Where is he?" And they look out the front door, and there's 2 guys walking him, not dragging him, just walking with him, leading him into a van. And they go, "Hey, where you going, our friend?" They throw the kid at him. They get a couple of fisticuffs. They jump in the van. They drive off with the door open. He goes, "I think our friend was going to be one of your Smiley Face victims." I said, "Well, it sounds like it." I said, "What was his? How long did he sleep? Did he sleep like for 12 hours? How long was he sleeping before he woke up the next day?" "Oh yeah, he slept like till 12 the next day, like over 12 hours." I said, "Does he remember anything from last night?" "No." He was walking with them. He's talking with them. He's going with them, and he didn't even remember anything, including his friends interceding in him not being abducted. So this drug obviously is a great drug. I mean, at one point I said to Anthony, I want to try this drug just to see what the effects would be. He goes, what, are you crazy? Because you're too old. You wind up freaking having a heart attack or something. Who knows what it's going to do to you? But I really wanted to find out how this drug operates that much, where you can just walk somebody out and he's talking with you and not like, you know, saying, hey, leave me alone or whatever. I mean, just gone, you know, and we've had incidents like that.
And is there anything about the profile about a mid-20s athletic man, you know, educated, and now you said they're getting into women. Have you found any, that's just the profile? There's been no link of why that's been what they're attracted to, or what's with that? Why is that what they go after?
Yeah, to the point where they can take, you know, male or female, and they, like I said, they're not really worried about getting caught. I mean, I think in the Jelani Day case, Anthony punched up on Google's map. Anthony, tell him what you found. So I don't want to do all the talking. Tell him what you found on Jelani Day, which may or may not be related to us, but we don't believe in coincidences, or as Anthony says, sets of coincidences.
See, there's no coincidence.
You just want to know, like, his last whereabouts? I mean,
yeah, to talk about Jelani Day's last whereabouts and about that case. Obviously, suspicious the fact that his car is found 60 miles away and his phone stops pinging like 2 minutes after he comes from the marijuana dispensary, and then his car's found, you know, 60 miles away in the woods with no plates on it, and then he's found in the water. But tell him what else was up there, and then 251 Bridge.
Oh, well, essentially, he was found 60 miles away. The last known pictures of him are in a dispensary in Bloomington, Illinois. And his car was found in the woods a couple of days later, 60 miles away in Peru, Illinois, which is right on the Illinois River, I believe it is. Yeah, the Illinois River. About a quarter mile from the 251 bridge off of Water Street. On Water Street, there's a, right by the bridge, there's a business called GDI. Well, consequently, that happens to be us. We're Global Death Investigations, GDI. And in the background, you can see the sign GDI, and then you can see the bridge near where Jelani Day was found. And getting back to his car,
a whole thing. If this is going around the United States like it is, different states here and there, what's the odds? I mean, there's a lot of groups that will link up. I mean, there's odds that this could be happening in the UK too. Okay. I mean, let's be honest. Some of these groups link up like this, whether it's overseas or here. If it's a cult per se, and they have factions all over the place, guys, why wouldn't they have one in the UK as well? Just something to think about, you guys, honestly. Like a watcher's cult. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to, Red, a little bit. I'm going to contact the homicide division in Cleveland Metro Police, because I swear to God, you guys, that I have heard of a few bodies being pulled from Lake Erie down near the flats. There are still some bars down there. And if this is happening in Cleveland too, you know, I'd like to know if they have maybe some unsolved homicides, and if they have done any autopsies on these, which I'm sure they probably have. Right, Pam, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if this is some type of a cult like this, why would we be dumb enough to think that it could just be in the United States? If this something is this big, it absolutely could be in the UK as well at this point. Okay. And in Ireland, stuff like that's what I'm saying. Like, because a lot of these people probably come from over in the UK to here and back and forth and so on and so forth. And so, I mean, I'm just saying at this point, you know, it could just look like guys getting drunk falling into the canal. But at the same time, if this GHB drug is involved in this, it all goes together, guys. I mean, this could be way bigger than what we're thinking. I mean, I'm really impressed with this at this point, Heather. I didn't realize this could go this deep, to be honest with you. Shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Red. Thank you, Heather, for that. Again, anybody that would be interested in supporting me or the channel, please feel free. Anything is appreciated via Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal right now, guys. I appreciate that so much. Rachel didn't drink or do drugs. Well, here's the thing, though, Pookie. Here's the thing. But I heard there were drugs in her system. Okay. Is GHB one of those drugs? Here's the thing, though. She didn't have to drink to have that. Like he said, eyedroppers. She could have been drinking a Coke or a Pepsi or something and just and that was it. That's all it takes.
I thought GHB was untraceable.
No, if you're looking for GHB itself, you can find it clearly. Now, if you go in and do a panel drug test and you're not looking for that in particular, no, you can find it.
Okay.
Claudia is a UK case. This is getting interesting. I didn't see it in the slide either. Yeah, I would have not even thought about this. I'm glad I pulled this up right here because this just like opened my eyes wide open, folks. This is insane. And that's why I want to contact Cleveland's Homicide Division 2 because I swear in the beginning of winter this year, I saw something on Cleveland News about something like there was one person, but who knows if there's more than one. And like I said, why would we be so stupid in a sense as to think that this couldn't be in the UK at this point if it's that big? No, I don't. I probably did, Molly. I haven't checked. Give me 1 second. We're going to hear the rest of this, though, because this is really interesting to me, you guys. Really, really interesting. Hold on a second here. Turn that down, please. Let me look real quick. Oh, I forgot that was up there. Hold on, guys. All right. Holy shit. Are you serious? Okay, do we have any autopsy results on any of these people, Molly? Guys, look at this. St. Paul, St. Cloud, Anderson, South Carolina, Rockford, Illinois, Cooksville, Tennessee, Miami, Florida, Oroville, California, Long Beach, Delaware, Ohio, Clanton, Alabama, Washington, Dover, Georgia. Okay, these are all people. 21, 35, 20, 52, St. Paul River. These are all a car submerged. Holy shit. Look at this. That's a lot. That is a lot. Brendan Santo was recovered from the river 1.5 miles downstream as we predicted. Rest in peace, prayers for his family in East Lansing, Michigan. Charles Brown. This is a soldier. That's in Georgia. South Carolina. Found in the same quarry last October. The same quarry. South Carolina. This is crazy. Did you find autopsies on any of these people, Molly? Illinois River. And found dead in Harlem. You saying yes, you found autopsy? Not yet, you're looking. Okay, I got you. That's all right, hon. Take your time. Okay, this is insanity, folks. Like, seriously. It might be hard, Molly. I'm sorry. I don't mean to put that task at you, but like I said, it would mean so much to find something like that. And as I said, I really want to contact. They should be looking for chloroform on the scanner on their mouths, if possible. Probably not even scan if they're tested. Well, here's the thing, though. They may not need any of that, Pookie. If they're getting drugged with GBH, okay, or GHB, sorry, they just kind of non-conspicuously look like they're trashed, drunk, and they fall out. And they're probably being followed. And they once they pass out or drop wherever they're at, they grab them, they take them, and do what they're doing. All right, honey, I appreciate that so very much, Molly. And then they do whatever they're doing, and then they end up in the water. That's why I'm curious to know if any of these other places, if they tested positive for this. This is insane. Let me finish. Let these guys finish, guys. I don't want to leave you guys hanging on this because this is really interesting.
His car, the license plates. I know in Illinois there's a front plate and a back plate. Both plates were gone. They were missing. And what would cause him to go?
Can you hear me now? Good God, I'm an idiot. Sorry. There is one on that page I sent you that was in Canada too. Okay. So mostly gay bars, maybe a few hitchhikers, etc. Does have any tiny camping trailer. Okay. Okay, Mom Bear must have went to go get her kids. That's fine. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's get. This is almost done. I want to let them finish.
Or is there something more sinister going on? You also got Three of these kids plus that couple that went missing last year.
Do we know with any of these cases if these were gay men? I am not muted now, Pookie. I got it. Haha. Do we know they go down? What are you talking about, bro? I guess that's something else we need to look at too to see if these men were gay or if any of these people were gay or lesbian or anything like that, because that would make a big difference too. And that may turn this the other direction all the way around. It could be a group that's, you know what I mean? I'm curious on this completely now.
And basically threw it in the hopper. So I don't think they really.
That was Wilmette, Illinois. I'm not sure if that's fine. I believe that's Wilmette.
Maybe it was, so maybe it's not part of Chicago. The police went out there and wanted no part of it. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, and you know, you brought up a list of names that I think people are listening to who would be familiar with it. You know, obviously I don't know, and you know, I'm sure you've looked into them, and maybe you're going to look into them, but I don't know. And I think the one though you did look into, and I think you've had his mother is on board, was Brian Wilson.
Brian Wellesley, yeah, obviously Glenn Ledley was murdered. Like I said, if you want to, if people listening to you, if the parents want to get in touch with us, you know, we do all this pro bono. If they want to send us the autopsy reports, we can tell you in like 10 minutes whether or not the kid was murdered or not, because most of the victims don't have water in the lungs. So it's pretty hard to have a drowning if you don't have any water in your lungs. So, and that's what we're looking for. You know, so that's the only way we can really, can push this forward. We had a kid in Minnesota recently that went missing, no water in his lungs. So,
Where?
And just to be clear, Brian Wilson,
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, for sure, Pookie. This is crazy. I'm gonna try something here.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm gonna try something here real quick. Give me 1 second. Oscar just had a seizure. I'm gonna check him real quick, okay?
Uh-oh. Okay. Did I miss anything important? Wicked group theory. Who is that? Oh, wait a minute. They go down. Uh-oh. I love Ren and Stimpy. So,
All right, sorry about that, everybody. GHB, not BHB, but GHB. One second here. Okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna try something. Problem is, she's gonna alert to the bobcats and mountain lions.
yeah, I don't know.
Okay, hold on one moment, folks, just for a second, just to make sure. Okay. Nothing in Cleveland. That was, I didn't want to put that on live without talking to him first, because you can get sued for that, especially with that was the chief of homicide in Cleveland Metro. So they have nothing in Cleveland like anything like what we just were talking about. So I wonder if, I swear to God, I just heard one though, like probably 8 months ago. This has me completely enthralled now, because with this drug thing, and now they're talking about there's a that some of these guys may have been gay. That's going to turn this whole wheel a different direction. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Pookie, what are you talking about, hon?
Taking her dog out looking for bodies.
Oh,
in West Virginia.
I was like, what the heck? I seen that, and then okay. I want to start digging a little bit more on this, like in my own time, to see if there's any autopsies that have been performed on any of these, or if they're just listed as John Doe's or Jane Doe's, and they're just putting them away. Because I'm typically thinking they do autopsies on just about every body they find.
Unless, I would think, especially if there isn't any evidence of any trauma or anything like that.
Right. And then, but do they do toxicology on all of the autopsies? That's what I'm worried about. Because if they don't, then we're not going to know. And like I said, if you're not specifically looking for GHB, you're not going to find it. Okay. It's not on a regular panel when they do that type of stuff. I just wonder if he puts them anywhere besides a body of water. Thus far, it doesn't seem like it, though. I don't think it's just a he, Pookie. I think it's a whole bunch of they. And I'm almost wondering at this point now, because there's been a couple cases over in the UK where this has happened, where they've gotten drunk and fallen into the river. It almost makes me wonder now. Hell, if it's going on everywhere in the United States, obviously they don't have anything yet out of Cleveland, but it could be Columbus, it could be Cincinnati, or anywhere else. It doesn't even have to be in Ohio yet. But I'm just saying, if they're all over the United States spread out, why would they not be in the UK? Why would that be such a big thing? You know what I mean?
Right.
They very well could be. At this point, if you want to look at it that way, that could be what happened with Nicola Bully too. I'm not saying that, guys. Don't take that for that's the answer. I'm just saying, if it's something like that that's going on, that fits the MO for kind of like the way her case is going. She was thought to have gone in the river, but then nobody found her, and then a month later they find her. You know what I mean? So, but we have not gotten any autopsy results back on her. So that's the thing too, is I'm wondering if there is anywhere besides water. This is like way bigger than I thought it was. After listening to what these guys just said, that's crazy. He said Minnesota, Boston, Detroit, New York, Chicago, and Red went, I think it was Red, was talking about the Watchmen, or the Watcher, or a Watcher's cult.
Yeah, because we both heard the guys mention something about a red feather.
I heard that too. But that has, the red feather thing has a almost like a religious thing backing it up. Do you know what I mean? So if this is,
yeah, Red said what it was earlier, but something about repentance.
Yeah, there are, I can't remember what it was called. There was a cult years ago that, like, these people, they were men, they were all men. Gabriel and Michael, like the archangel and stuff like that. They were doing God's work in saving people, like they were killing people. Okay, I haven't seen this. It's been years, but they were doing God's work and killing criminals and making them repent for their crimes and, you know, their sins under God per se, which was just daily life basically. And it had something to do with this red feather. This was a long time ago, and I don't remember the specifics on it.
Yeah, Red said it was, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Uriel or Cherub, the archangel of repentance.
Yes. Uriel, that's right. I want to remember if that was something in the cult. This was so long ago.
Molly sent you an email.
Not an autopsy, but I sent you. Okay, Molly, hold on a minute, guys. This is getting super interesting to me, by the way. Thank you. Anybody that would be interested in donating to support the channel, guys, anything is appreciated. There is the PayPal, Venmo, and the Cash App. Once again, I do appreciate it, guys. I would love to eat, folks. I don't need to, but I like to. Food is always nice. Tastes good, too. Are they the same as the Church of Angels? I don't think so, Molly. University of Idaho dean found dead in submerged car. What? We're back in Ohio, Idaho. Oh,
Blackburn cult. Does that sound?
Blackburn, but that might be it. That might be it. Does it say give a year with it?
Let me see. Good Lord.
Well, here, I'll read this real fast. Osaka, Idaho. Authorities say a dean at the University of Idaho was found deceased in a car that had been submerged in the Dvorshak Reservoir. The Clear County Sheriff's Office said 57-year-old Paul Joyce of Moscow was found in Moscow as well. Interesting. Was found in his Toyota Prius around 5:20 p.m. Saturday. The cause of death is not to be determined. This is from April 24th of 2016. That is interesting. They shared the news of his death on Facebook Sunday. Joyce joined the faculty in 91. He was appointed dean of the College of Science 2013. They put an attempt to locate Joyce at 3 p.m. Saturday after he was reported overdue. A couple of hours later, his car was found in the reservoir at the Big Eddy boat ramp. Okay, but that's all that's listed in there. It was 2016, right? And nobody knows if. Okay, thank you, Molly. It is interesting, and again, another Moscow, Idaho issue. Good Lord, Annie was the dean at the college.
Blackburn cult was started back in 1922.
Does it give any details about it?
Yeah, says officially the Divine Order of the Royal Arms of the Great 11, or the Great 11 Club. It was a new religious movement started in 1922 by an American woman. Newspaper articles for the period reported strange rituals, including the sacrifice of animals, sex scandals, and attempts to resurrect a 16-year-old girl. Police found the corpse of a young woman, Willa Rhodes, under the floor at the Rhodes' residence. Sorry, that was not a laugh. Wrapped in spices and salt and surrounded by the bodies of 7 dead dogs.
Okay.
Keep reading. I don't think that's it, but you know.
Not it at all. I don't think so, but that's crazy in itself.
Right?
Really? Seriously, Pookie? Good Lord. No, this was called something else, I still believe. There were 6 missing persons found dead in a body of water in 2019 in Idaho, and so many more. I wonder if this Smiley thing hit Idaho as well. I'm starting to wonder, what the hell did you open up here, Heather? Good Lord.
Right.
I'm not complaining by any means. I really like this kind of stuff because it feels like I can grab a hold of this and start doing what I like to do. All right. This I do know a bit about. The Watchers or the Watchmen have been a thing for a long time. They believe they can shift history through action, which has religious aspects to it. which I had more time to explain it better. We can look it up, Red. That's no problem. I appreciate you bringing that up because I almost wonder if that's what I'm talking about.
The
Yeah,
cult of
you
Santa
laugh.
Muerta.
The what? Did you say the cult of Santa Claus?
Santa Muerta.
Muerta. Okay, Muerta. You got to do the tongue. Muerta.
I can't. It just doesn't do that.
Santa Muerta. Senor. Do you understand me now, senor? There have been many individuals that take it upon themselves as well. I've heard that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is this, you know what? Let me look something here real fast.
Wonder if it has anything to do with the Christ Church.
Oh my God. Don't even go there.
I'm sorry.
I can only imagine. Listen, one of you guys out there, I want you to go find the longest rope you can and double knot 2 loops on it. That way, when we fall into this flipping rabbit hole, you can pull both of us out, okay? I'm just saying, you know.
I'm just saying, Molly mentioned something about Moscow and cults, and that just went along with it. It's just...
I'm really feeling like this is a widespread cult-based syndicate, possibly. All right, Red. Shit. Hold on. Can't spell to save my life today. One second here, guys. I'm just looking at something. I am still here with y'all. Do me a favor, folks. If you guys are enjoying today's stream, please put a 1 in the chat. If this is interesting, you know, invoking any of it. Echo, hello, me deep in the hole. Molly's always in the hole. She's a cat, though. She can jump out of the holes. I don't have that kind of thing. You know. Speaking of which, my cat left me a gift this morning.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, he left me a headless baby rabbit on my back porch.
Oh, poor wabbit.
It's just a little thing too. It's literally. It's like this big. It's so cute. Well, it was. And he's sitting over there on the chair, looking at me like, "Hey, Dad."
That's why I'm glad mine don't go out.
You're right. Yeah, thanks, bud. You did a great job.
Yeah. Okay, 10 of the world's most infamous cults. Number 1 is the People's Temple. 2 is Manson family. 3 is Heaven's Gate. 4, Branch Davidians.
That was Waco stuff. I remember that.
Order of the Solar Temple. I can't even pronounce this one.
How's it spelled?
Shinrikyo. AUM is the first word. And then SHINRIKYO.
That sounds Egyptian, I believe. On respect, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that would be a huge most. You're definitely right, Jody.
Movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God.
That's it, right there.
Children of God.
That's the one I think that's a Watcher's cult. That's the one that I believe Red's talking about.
Which one? The Children of God?
Yeah, the one that's about the restoration of the 10 Commandments.
Oh, that was a different one. Okay. Let's see. Founded by 4 ex-Roman Catholic priests, 2 ex-nuns, and 1 ex-prostitute. The movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God in Uganda emphasized the importance of the Ten Commandments. Through visions of the Virgin Mary, the leaders were convinced that the Roman Catholic Church had abandoned the commandments. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
The leaders also had doomsday prophecies. They predicted the apocalypse would occur on December 31st, 1999. I must have slept through it. In anticipation of this, members sold their possessions. However, when the end of the world didn't come that day, the leaders quickly altered their prediction, and they claimed that the Virgin Mary would come on March 17th, 2000, to save the faithful and bring them to heaven. Still believing the prophecies, members held a feast on March 16th. They killed some cattle for the occasion and even ordered crates of Coca-Cola. When March 17th arrived, police discovered that an explosion and fire had killed hundreds of the group's members. Although at first this was assumed to be a mass unaliving, the evidence and subsequent uncovering of more bodies at other sites soon pointed to murder. Leaders had unalived the members, perhaps because they were unable to repay them for giving away their possessions after the prophecy failed to materialize. It was never determined whether the leaders unalived themselves or fled the country.
Oh, yeah, that one where they all disappeared.
That was a little crazy.
Oh, I never realized that.
And number 10 is the Unification Church.
I know about that one, yeah.
Surprised that Scientology is not on there. Oh, it's a church, not a cult.
Yeah, it's not. They don't. We consider them a cult. They don't. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Let me know if you can see this when I pull it up here. Can you see that?
Yeah, something. See something.
The smiley face cult.
Oh, yeah, I do see that.
It had not one head, but many. They piled on its shoulders and protruded from its chest, raking my eyes over this nightmare. I recognized faces. Dahmer, Gein, Bundy, and Gacy. What the hell?
Koberger. Oh.
Right. Innocent till proven guilty. Crouched over it. Wait a minute. It was obvious. Well, hold the hell on. What? My partner and I rushed to the basement, guns drawn, screamed, drew us down, and when they suddenly cut off, we stalked ahead, barely breathing. It was obvious at first glance at the basement was a ritual space. Runes marked the walls and floors. Candles burnt down to puddles. The bodies of my friends and colleagues littered the space, blood an inch thick on the floor. Crouched over them, feasting on the still warm flesh, was a monster. Okay. My hands shook. My mind struggled. This is a story. This is a damn story, isn't it? It is.
Might be.
It's a story. Basically, this is a monster that had multiple heads, and they're all serial killers. So, yeah. It's definitely sounds like a Wookalier. What? What is it? What the hell is a Wookalier? Where'd that even come from, Mikey?
No Wookiees here, Mike.
No Wookiees. It was the worst impression I know. Shut up.
Why did you have to run in Star Wars?
Because I can't do that with my throat anymore.
Well, your nerd son over here is embarrassed.
Be embarrassed.
In a good way.
You'd stop talking to me. Good Lord. It's one of those hungry flibber to gibbet things from Iron. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. You ain't never seen proof. A Wookalier, like Mike said, pig face. What the hell is? Are you guys talking about something for real? Because I have never heard of a damn Wookalier. Private eyes with Don Knotts. What? I'm leaving. It's all yours, Mama Bear. I'm out. How the smiley face became a countercultural symbol. Ah. All right. Here we are. Ew.
Oh.
What? I see where red came from with that. Hold on. All right, guys. I got you here.
Another email.
I know. I thought. Well, it wasn't a Langolier. There's no such thing as Langoliers. You can get on your plane and fly away as they eat everything around you, but they're not real. I know where you're at with that one, Pookie. All right, I'll get your email right after this, Molly. Or wait. Well, hold on. Let me look at it. A monster in a Don Knotts movie. Okay, I got you. She really sent me a picture of this thing. Wow! What? Oh. Ah. Thank you, Molly. That's a Wookalier.
No.
It looks like an oversized boar hog or something, or a half human, half warthog. Whatever. My friend Stephen King wore his mama's dried head. It was true. What are you talking about, Pookie? If you're friends with Stephen King, then you're going to become my best friend, Pookie. That's all I got to say. All right, let me show you this other thing real quick, folks. Thank you, Molly, for that insightful picture you sent me. It's not funny. You're laughing because you're not funny. It's old, Molly. Stop, you're laughing. All right, here we go. Now. Really, Pookie.
Up next, new evidence that dozens of college students believed to have drowned. They've actually been murdered, perhaps by a serial killer or killers who leave behind these smiley faces.
At that crucial spot, they say they find the killer's trademark, a smiley face. This was
Smiley Face Killer.
Coincidence or a frightening trademark of the perfect crime?
Smiley Face
base was drawn near where many of their drowned bodies were found.
Last night revealed the Smiley Face Killers, a gang that murdered.
Okay, this is what I was looking for. I've been looking for this all damn morning, and I finally found it. So this is not just Chicago, guys. This is literally all over the states, okay? At least the U.S. that we know of. But I'm starting to wonder if we're overseas with this now, okay? And it's listing it as a cult group, as it has been, and that's what I'm saying. So let's see what this has to say. Oh, yeah, there's payback for the one you sent me, Molly. She said, "Oh, what the F was that?" That's something that'll give you nightmares for sure. Interesting. Hang on before I even do this. Thank you, Mama Bear.
You're welcome.
Guys, this may have some sensitive visual things, topics as well. So, trigger warning. If anybody is not comfortable with this, please feel free to step away. You will not be judged nor looked down upon. It's completely understood. Thank you.
Can prove not only were murdered and pushed in the water, but, so you'd be interested, we can prove that some individuals went in the water not on the night that they went missing, which means that they were held for an extended period of time before they entered into the water, which means not only did somebody hold them, but that totally blows up the whole theory of these young men were totally intoxicated. First of all, most of those intoxication levels, unless they were 3 or 4, were those ones were, was suspicious, but the ones at 0.16 or 0.22 were not that high of a level for an individual to just get drunk and walk into the water.
Jan Jenkins now says she knows exactly what happened to her son Halloween night 2002.
Chris was abducted in a cargo van. He was driven around Minneapolis for hours and tortured. He was taken down to the Mississippi River and he was murdered.
Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte are the retired cops who say they've discovered a link between Jenkins' death and the drownings of at least 40 other men in 25 cities in 11 different states.
The Bureau told us, to date, we have not developed any evidence to support links between these tragic deaths or any evidence substantiating the theory that these deaths are the work of a serial killer or killers.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, guys.
Tell me what you believe is happening to these students.
I believe that these young men are being abducted by individuals in the bars, taken out, and
Is the audio okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
at some point even held for a period of time before they are entered into the water.
The murders, they say, are staged to look like drownings. Each has been ruled accidental.
Starts with a series of accidental drownings, supposedly accidental drownings, in which the victims have almost always been popular, athletic young college guys with pretty good grades. Now, most of the victims had been drinking before they disappeared in near freezing water. And the creepiest thing of all, a smiley face was drawn near where many of their drowned bodies were found. In a broadcast exclusive, the men who first broke the news of the linkage between 17 smiley-faced murders for the first time ever are here to reveal who they think the killer or killers are. They are on your left, retired NYPD Detective Kevin Gannon, and on your right, college professor Douglas Gilbertson. And Professor, you hail from the area in Wisconsin. You teach there. Is that close to La Crosse, Wisconsin?
It's about a 3-hour drive from
Okay,
St. Cloud
but
down to
8 of the
La Crosse.
cases are Wisconsin cases around that one town of La Crosse. And the reason, Kevin, I want to ask you or start there is that the FBI has reviewed the 8 cases in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and the FBI says, based on its review of the submitted case materials, quote, that no evidence exists to support the conclusion that a serial offender has been targeting males in La Crosse. None of the cases have been linked forensically. No singular or unusual behavior reflected in the cases that would support their linkage to a common offender. Okay, let's stick with these 8 victims. The FBI said they're not linked. Why do you think they are?
Well, in 6 of those 8 cases, as you can see there, in the 6 cases, the victims were coming out of only 2 bars in all of La Crosse. La Crosse is a community of 3 universities, about 55 bars in like a 6 or 7 block radius. And 4 victims came out of 1 bar, and 2 victims were last seen coming out of another bar. That to me seems very compelling and shows there's got to be some kind of linkage there.
Okay, so the origination of the victims, the night they drowned, 2 bars out of the 55.
Correct.
Okay, point 2, evidence from 5 of the victims found at the foot of this statue. Can you show the statue right here, Peter? Yeah, in La Crosse. What about this, Kevin?
Well, that's this 12-foot Indian iconic statue that is in the north end of the park there, that right alongside the Mississippi River. And there, the scent that was found from bloodhounds and cadaver dogs showed that 5 of the victims, 5 of the 8 victims that drowned, their scent was there, and property belonging to the victim was located. Hats, their wallets, summonses that one of the victims received.
All right. Now, Professor,
So
what do you
Welcome back, Molly.
this particular statue is a magnet, evidently, for some of this forensic evidence?
Where did everybody go?
Well, it's a part of all
I'm here.
we see, and that's one of the things that first
I know
attracted
you're
me
here, but everybody else seems like they left.
was the consistency in the victimology, the types of victims and so forth. And then in this particular case, there's a clear pattern that evidence keeps showing up in the same spot. That doesn't sound like an accident to me.
All right. Now, you mentioned the victimology. The type of victim is very interesting. I mentioned that they were college kids, good builds, pretty good grades. You say in your study here, no short or obese men were victimized. No tall obese men were victimized. No short or tall underweight men, but all the victims in this range of normal. What's the significance?
Well, we have just one statistical outlier at the top, but it still is not off to one side or the other. It's not an extreme. What I used there was, and you can find the calculation for body mass index at the CDC website, but I calculated the body mass index for the victims that we have in our data set, and that's how they plot out. Now, you can't tell me that if we had a normal distribution of society, or a sampling from a population, we shouldn't have extreme short people, short fat like me, and tall fat people and tall skinny people, and you just don't have them. Yes. So that tells me that we don't have a normal distribution.
So does that tell you that a specific type of young man was being targeted targeted by the Smiley Face Killer.
Yeah.
Yes.
No doubt.
And Kevin, a detective, does that tell you that there's one killer or there are multiple killers? Is it a ring of killers?
Multiple killers. We know that because we have multiple victims on the same nights at different locations, hundreds of miles away. In the 17 cases now that we can prove homicide out of the 50 cases that we could link, that the professor has linked, in 7 of those cases, the victims were not only held for a period of time, but they were dead before they went into the water, like Luke Coleman here.
Like the young man pictured here.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So what about the smiley face? Is that a taunting of the authority?
Okay. Something else we need to look at now too with this is the dates. Okay. Like if this happened in Chicago per se on the 23rd of March, did something like this happen in New York on the 23rd of March? Did something like this happen in Detroit on the 23rd of March? Do you know what I'm saying? Like if the dates coincide in different states at different times, because that's something else I think that might be important too. What are you saying up here, Pookie? There'd be sperm on them somewhere. They wouldn't have to be gay, just attractive and maybe already at a party, but the perp would have to blend in a frat. Okay. Here, I gotcha. I was wondering why I seen the word sperm.
But if they go in the water, that kind of negates all of that.
Yeah, that's gonna be void then. Sorry. Move this forward.
We believe in this, but also there's another meaning the professor can speak to this. Obviously, intended message left behind with the smiley face. In Luke's case, he came out of the bar, was missing on the 30th. For cross-stage search on October 1st, they brought in 2 sets of bloodhounds and a cadaver dog. They then hit the bloodhounds, both hit on a vehicle in which it showed that
Vehicle pictured here.
that Luke Holman was slid in from the rear driver's side door over to the passenger side door.
What's the motive?
Well, we're not going to get into a motive right now tonight. I want to tell you first that the case was homicide before we get into any
Satanic?
No, not at all. No way.
Why the smiley face? I don't understand the symbolism.
Part of it is a taunt, like you said.
Just mocking. Just mocking us.
Part of it, yes.
Shut up, Geraldo, and let him explain it, you jackass.
You, Professor.
Yes. The families have given us the cases, and that's one reason you only see 17 out of the 50. We have 17 families and our own personal effort where we've managed to get together all of the reports and photographs, and we've been able to prove that those were homicides. So we need more information on the rest of the cases.
Good luck with the pursuit. Let us know. Coming up.
It operates in small pods based in different cities. That's why the killings are clustered. In Minnesota and Wisconsin, 18 young men who fit the same profile have disappeared since 1997. The majority in La Crosse, Eau Claire, Minneapolis, and St. Cloud. Gannon and Duarte interviewed hundreds of people and even tracked down eyewitnesses.
So you believe that you've talked to people who have witnessed at least one of the killings?
Correct.
Gannon and Duarte say they now know names of killers and specific locations where the gang is operating. They say it's too early to reveal it. They fear the group will go underground, ruining any shot of a criminal case.
Pookie, you kill me. You're muted, dude.
I knew that.
Uh-huh. I know you did.
So picture me in the woods in every direction, and that's where I live. Your farm in Alta is Are you drinking today, Pookie? Strike. Okay, guys. So, like, I think we've like kind of stumbled into something a little bit deeper than what we thought this was, for sure. 100% for sure. Because I had no clue it was this. There was this much involved with this.
Well, I told you this morning we would either discover something new that we didn't the last time, or we would just put it back out there.
We discovered something new, all right. Good Lord. I mean, I'm glad that you asked for this one, because the last time I couldn't find anything that related to anything of any importance other than they were missing. But at this point, I'm gonna start doing some of my own digging too. Like I said, I wouldn't mind talking to that Detective Gannon, the retired detective.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you in special medication that we should know about, Strike. Nope, I think Pookie's just open and happy and puts it all out there. I love it.
Yep.
So, all right, well, I can take that down. All right, guys, well, we just kind of touched the tip of the iceberg on this, in my opinion. She said, I'm serious. I live in a ghost town in the middle of the national forest, down the street in any direction. National forest. I don't. Why would you want to live there on purpose? I mean, I get it's probably peaceful, but that sounds like it'd be too peaceful. And in a ghost town. What the hell, Pookie? I mean, I bet you get to be in touch with, like, nature, obviously. I mean, that's pretty. I'd be scared to death. Like, God, anything ever happened? Like, how the hell is anybody going to get to me? They're going to have to send, Smokey the Bear and Boo Boo and Yogi. I live in a castle. That was a good. What the hell? You live in a castle in the middle of a forest. Pookie, where do you live? This sounds like something out of Peter Pan and Captain Hook.
All I know is she's in West Virginia somewhere.
Well, the Monongahela. Yeah, I know where that's at. I've been on the Monongahela River. I can't ever say it that fast. Multiple times. Like I said, I have property down in Alton, West Virginia, down below Buchanan. So I know we have to go down through that area to get down there. So but now you're in a castle by yourself.
Yeah.
That's insane, Pook. That's insane. That's a lot of place to have. That's a lot of cleaning for one person too. Shit. I mean, it probably never gets messed up if you're by yourself, but a castle in Monongahela Forest. That's pretty awesome, actually. I just hope you're not too far. Well, that explains right there why she says she has to go to how does she put it? When she has to go to the store, she has to drive into what do you call it when there's people around? A crowd. Like no one can get in here. Like money.
Civilization.
Civilization. She says it all the time. Yeah, I had to drive into civilization to get to the grocery store. It's like, okay, so you ain't lying then. Do you take in borders? Jody said. Like I'm French. I gotcha. What's that movie that I was telling you guys about that I loved with Peter? What's his name in it? High Spirits. That was a castle type. That type of thing. That's what you ought to do is open a bed and breakfast. She has a room for me. Go, Molly. Go now. Fast as you can. Get in your little kitty car and drive as fast as you can and go. Get the hell out of crazy ass Idaho. Well, this has been interesting to say the very least, guys. Heather, again, thank you for putting this out there for me to for us to do this. Again, I appreciate it. It's a city building built into a 1900 house. No, it looks like shit. I have MS. And it's like hoarders on crack. I understand, my dear. I get it. And you don't have nothing to worry about with that. You're doing what you can do at the best level you can, and that's all that matters, okay? And we love you, darling. She's amazing, I swear to God. She is. Anywho, Molly could pick. You're about to have a house full of girls and have a party, Pookie. You got Jody's trying to come. Molly's gonna grab her on the way there, and I mean, there you go. You guys all could get together.
Hey, after you pick up Jody, you might as well pick me up because I'm right on the way.
Yeah, I'd say pick me up, but I ain't going all with all you guys by myself unless you bring another guy along, because I ain't gonna happen. No. Kim says she's going too. Well, shit.
Yeah, we can pick her up. She's in New York and then go back down. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't stand heat. I can't. I have a degree in interior design. Being an interior designer in West Virginia is an oxymoron. Oh my God, you're insane. I love it.
Brain surgeon in West Virginia is oxymoron also.
Yes. I know what you're saying, hon. Sounds like the start of a slasher film, Red said. It probably would be a great one, actually. I'll bring my cameras and hell yeah, we'll make our own movie. But I have a daughter and a granddaughter who have to come too. I mean, if it's a castle, I'm sure there's a little bit of room there, Jody. Oh, Strike says to pick him up too. He's in Colorado, so man, I've seen some. So have I, Mike. Seriously, I have. We need a bus at this point. Yeah. You started, Pookie? She said you can all come after she cleans a bit. Maybe they can just come and help you clean, dear.
There you go.
Nobody's going to judge you.
No.
By any means. Well, anyway, as I was trying to say real quick, that was quite the... We'll beat the shit out of the slasher. I bet you guys will, too. Take Brandy with you. It'll cover everything. There's 6 bedrooms. Holy shit. Well, we could all go. Shit. I'll sleep on the couch. I don't care. That'd be a hell of a vacation, though, wouldn't it?
Right?
I did it in a castle in a forest, a national forest. Definitely interesting. This was a very interesting stream, to say the very least, guys. And like I said, Heather, thank you for bringing this to us to put out there. Again, last time it was nothing like this, and I just don't think that we had gotten in that far. I think, like I said, I think we just hit the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to want to follow up on this as often as I can as things progress and if anything pops from this, because I really want to know what the hell's going on with this when I do. As soon as I heard the possible drugging, that perked me up, and I really feel that this is a cult, folks. I do, and a serious one too. And the fact that this happens in the UK, I don't believe in coincidences. You guys know that there's people that are falling off in the same sense and having the same types of things happen. Like, again, why would we not believe that it's in the UK at this point? If it's this large, why it'd be so easy to do that.
It is one of the emails I sent you.
Oh, yeah. I forgot it.
It's from a UK website, news, I don't know, crime and investigation UK or something. I don't know.
Okay. Want to say all that again?
Yeah. I'm getting tired.
That's all right. I am too. We're going to be done here soon, I promise. And thank you for putting up with this for so long.
Oh, of course.
3.5
hours. It's not bad. It's just I'm not used to getting up as early.
No, I get it. I was up at 7 today, although I didn't have to. I don't know why. Okay, why is this coming up in the form of a PDF? Okay. All right, let's see here. In the decade or so between 97 to what?
Huh?
Were you gonna say something?
Uh-uh.
Oh, okay. Authorities in the Midwestern and Northeastern states of America pulled corpses of neither 50 young men from bodies of water. Various similarities surrounding the mysterious deaths led the pair of retired. Okay, back to what we just saw. As many of the original body recovery sites, unusual graffiti was discovered that, you guessed it, the smiley face. It was Gannon and Dort's theory. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me get to something that would.
Yeah, skim through it. There's somewhere.
Wars, man, deaths reported, investigating. And within days, be found in water. Soon, other areas seem to be reporting such cases. Then Canada and Europe were experiencing. Okay, here we are. I'll be damned. Canada and Europe were experiencing the phenomenon too. Some followers of the smiley face murder theory now claim there are hundreds of victims of these linked but ultimately unexplained drownings. No foul play was involved in 97, 21. Okay, reasons can't work. Okay, people die unexpectedly all the time. The similarity in the victim profiles. Okay. Actual cause of death. That's an assumption. Okay.
Not all it said.
That's enough for me. The misleading motive. Okay. Okay. An extremely prolific serial killer. The deaths are all murders. They all work on one man. No. 10 most prolific serial killers in one. Okay. Okay. A murderous cult. The killings organized. Yeah, I think that was across the world. Men die in water. Why is that falling a smiley face? Or just okay. What we need to find out. I swear to God, I saw a picture or a video. Yeah, throw up the bat signal, Mikey, and see if we can get him into this. I swear to God, I saw a video or a picture somewhere of something we were watching in the UK, and I saw a damn smiley face on a concrete wall. I swear to God, my right hand to God, I'm telling you, I did see it somewhere in one of the things we were watching in the UK. In fact, I think I remember. I think I made a comment about it.
Yeah, that seems familiar, but I don't know why.
I mean, I'm telling you, I really think I did.
Hey, Vale.
What's up, bud? Or through the veil, sorry. 14 months after Milano's death, the Smiley Face Killer's team came to Ames and toured the lake with a local reporter. Okay, it was then they discovered they took the now famous photo of an orange smiley face with horns, the word evil happy smiley face. Where was this at, Red? Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, I think we need to start looking at it into it in the UK too, guys, because I seriously think, and honest to God, at this point, they're not doing just males, okay, from what I've understood, unless there is a copycat. If the one group is specifically sticking to the males, then I get it, okay. But if not, I mean, I would even venture to say this would fit Nikki Bully's case in a small sense. You know what I mean? What now? Pookie, I swear to God. Your trip. I'm allergic to ramps. I love them, but I'm allergic to them. Each ramp has a tiny bit of opium in it, fried with a side of deer and some eggs and taters and beans and cornbread. And okay, now I'm hungry. Thank you.
Sounds good to me.
Sure does. All right. Sorry about that, Bill. I wasn't even thinking straight, but it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I want to start looking at anything that's happened in the UK as well. All right, yeah, where Bolano's body was found. Where exactly was that? It's like a wild onion, Kim, like a green long stem onion, but it's wild, and they're a lot stronger. They're a lot tastier too. West Virginia has ramp festivals down there that I've been to, and they're good. They grow wild all over the place. Where exactly was Bolano's body found again, Red? I know this already, but I need refresh because I got too much going on in my head right now. I want to look into anything that's happened over the past year in the UK, including Nikki. I want to go back and look at the photos, the crime scene photos. Wow, there was no crime scene, but the area in that, the bench, the river area, I want to look around that place with any pictures. As Pam, are you still in here? She's still in here.
Don't know. I haven't seen her for a while.
Pamela. Are you here? If not, I'll talk to her. Now I'm curious as all hell. I thought the smiley face was just a theory. What case are you on?
Smiley face?
The smiley face. Yeah, and we found a lot more. It's more than a theory, in my opinion, at this point, Vale. We found a whole lot more today on it than I even knew existed. I'll be honest with you. This is interesting at this point, specifically. Absolutely, Pookie. Ask him if he will. If he'll go, if he sees that graffiti anywhere with that, I want to know it. I want to see it. I want to know where. Don't let them give you morphine in the hospital, Dago. It could be fatal. Put that in your medical chart. Okay. I will. I don't take morphine, but okay. Wait, I've had morphine, Pookie. When I had this, I had morphine.
That's why I was getting ready. I was thinking as you said it. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, they gave me morphine for this. No, it's a little bit more than a theory, though, Val. We've dug up a lot today without even digging. And I'm done. I am absolutely done with you, Strike. Go away. That's it. Any more of any of you guys? I'll be honest with you. That was it right there.
All right.
You're good, Val. Welcome. It's good to have you here. He's on the ground there, and I want him to look in the. But yeah, there's a lot of underground stuff going on around Lancashire and stuff like that. You said you were allergic to. Oh, I am absolutely allergic to ramps. Oh, the morphine. I got you. Okay. You're an absolute mess, Strike. I swear to God. Who even knows that? My farts smell like Skittles. Okay. Well, you know.
You must have been drinking that Peeps Coke or Pepsi or whatever.
I had a few earlier. You're a mess, bud. A mess. I love you, but you're a mess. I'm just saying. Actually, everybody is. Today's nuts. I don't know what it is, but is Heather even still in here? I think we
Probably
lost
not.
And Brandy, to be honest with you. And Molly's still here. That's weird. Usually Molly's out.
I think this one's got her interest too.
It seems people there think the team sprayed it. Oh. Interesting. Ames. Where the hell is Ames at? I know this answer. I can't think right now, though. It might be Kim. Think, there you go. Think.
Heroin.
Think. Yeah, I want to know what Iowa. Okay, thank you, bro. I'm not even I'm not gonna say anything. I can't do it. You're insane, bro. Iowa. Okay. I wanna look really hardcore over in the UK and see if this is what this is over there. Because that would explain a few things, and very well could explain, like I said, Nicola Bulley's case. If she was snatched and held for a while and then put back in the river, that would make every bit of damn sense.
Hmm.
Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so.
It would definitely take the whole conspiracy out of with Emma and Paul and everything else, but still, I hadn't known about this, and I didn't think that it would be big enough to go that far. But at this point, seeing where it is across the United States, again, I don't see why this wouldn't be an issue over in the UK, in Ireland, maybe even in Italy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because the painting is what you're saying, bud, showed up 14 months after Bolano's death and just happened to be the moment they were on. Okay. I got you. That makes perfect sense. I understand that. Unicorn, rainbow equals strikes who just don't eat the red Skittles. There you go. I do. I always eat the red. They're my favorite. You guys are a mess. I swear to God, you are. All right. Let me see something here. This was interesting. I'll say that much. I really. Who's yelling?
Mm-hmm. Nobody here.
Dad's here.
Who is it?
Oh.
Hang on, guys.
Grandma.
Hmm? Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, April. Uh-oh. Crud. It's kind of what it sounded like. Oh, wow, Vale. 30 years? Still watching. I know. The poor man. I'm serious. If it's not one thing, it's another. Yeah. Well, they heard somebody yelling and they thought it was a kid yelling. And I was like, there's nobody here. And then Caden must have looked out the window or something and he said, Grandma. And then that's all I heard. So he really can't. Oh, she okay?
I guess I don't know. She fell off of a ladder in the yard.
Oh.
She was hanging. I'm not laughing at her, you guys.
Right.
I can't catch a break to save my damn life.
We know.
She was hanging up decorations for Easter, which are Easter eggs on strings hanging off of a tree. Okay. Don't ask me why. That's just something she likes to do. And the ladder she was leaning or something. It was an aluminum ladder. It's only a 6-foot ladder. She didn't fall very far, but she's 6'2" and she's out of shape. So she seems to be okay. I'm just having her sit for right now. But
yeah,
good God.
If she's still hurting in a couple days, you better go have a.
If she's still hurting by later today, I'll be taking her for sure. Hopefully. She's another one that has 0 insurance. So it's so much fun. So much fun. I hate my life anymore, you guys. I swear to God. I can't. I just can't.
I can't believe you guys heard her yelling.
Well, I got all the windows open because it's like 75 degrees out here today, and she was just out in our side yard, but she was back a ways past my garage. So I heard something. I thought it was coming from like through the computer in your background at first. I'm like, wait, what was that?
Yeah. I was like, it's not here.
I heard Joe, and I'm like, wait. And then he turned around. He's on the other side of the room, and he was like, "That's Grandma." And I'm like, "Oh shit!" I didn't know what the hell happened. I don't know if she got stung by something or bit by one of the creatures that live in our wilderness out here, or what the hell it was. But yeah, it's a good thing she does. She's got a big mouth, that's for sure, Red. So this time I can respect it. Normally I don't, but this time I can. I know I'm probably going to hell for that one, but it is what it is. I can't. Why me? Always.
I don't know.
I swear to God, this black cloud, it just sits over top of my house.
That house is cursed or something.
All right. Well, what was the issue in the last place we lived in?
I don't know.
And then the one
Didn't
before.
know you then. I don't know. I didn't know you then.
I think she'll be okay, but like I said, she doesn't. I'm not even going to get into that. She doesn't take care of herself like she should. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. If she may have some bruising, if she does, then.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be bruised and sore, but.
But I think she landed on her, like this part and back here. But she's like 125 pounds, so she's not very big, you know. We'll see. I can't wait to go out. I'm going to go out if she landed on her butt. If she did, I'll tell her you'll be okay. Then we'll see how she reacts to me. I tease her all the time. It's actually me getting my aggression out, but it's teasing.
Passive aggressiveness much?
Well, you know, not normally. Not normally ever. Till your mother-in-law moves in with you.
Mike said maybe you should start eating some sage.
Yeah. Eating, smoking, drinking, whatever, you know, something. Oh, well. Anyway, we'll just keep my fingers crossed and hopefully she'll be okay. But anyway, guys, I appreciate was there something I was supposed to open? Why are you always sending me pictures to Instagram? I don't even use it, dude. Let me look real quick. Here. I mean, I got Caden. I'm hungry, Dad. I'm hungry, Dad. I'm hungry, Dad. All right, well, go grab your bow and arrow and head out to the woods and live like the old days, son, because I'm tired of hearing it.
Right? Get you one of them big old owls. That'll feed you forever.
Exactly. Knowing my luck, he'd probably shoot himself. So, you know. I'm not going to say that to him. I can see that one next. I shouldn't even say that.
But at least he has insurance.
Yeah, he's got insurance, so we'll be good on that end. I'm looking Instagram. Hold on. What the hell is our Why did that come up? Are you on my phone again, Kaden?
Uh-oh.
This kid. What is our Instagram again? Oh, there it is. I got it. Sorry.
Okay. I was going to say, I have it written down, but.
North Dago Cafe and Restaurant? No. What the hell?
That's what I said, Molly. That thing's big enough, it'll feed them forever.
I don't want to go nothing to do with that thing. I don't know what the hell that thing is. That's the problem.
No, that's what we said. We'll send Caden out there to kill it.
Caden won't kill a spider. Are you serious? As big as he is, he's like, Dad! What, Caden? Come here! I'll go upstairs and there's a little spider about that big. He's like standing there naked in the shower, like, kill it now! I said, are you kidding me? No, that's...
You're calling the one that's the actual arachnophobe?
Yeah, I'm petrified of spider. Why does this keep happening? What did you send me, Red? Because the True Crime Cabinet.
It's a virus.
Yeah, it's not. I got all sorts of things that popped up, but it's not giving me. I can't find it, bro.
Yes, Pookie, he has a thing in the backyard. It's like half human, half owl, half eagle.
It's a thing. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah. It's really scary looking. The head looks like an eagle, but the body's like an owl. Molly, do you remember what it was called? Thingle? You're muted if you're talking to us. Right, Kim, it is.
All right, I'm back now.
You guys are bad.
What are you talking about? I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, he is.
All I did was look at him and he was like, stop, you're going to make me laugh. I said, Annie goes, I'm trying to feel bad for her.
That's what I said. You two are bad.
Shut up.
You don't understand. You guys just don't get it. It's a whole thing. So I'm not even going to go into it right now.
I will. She's crazy about everything.
You don't need to.
She complains about everything and anything.
They know that. I've already told them.
You've told them?
Yes, Pookie. He has his own Mothman.
Yeah, it's something along those lines, Pookie. I'll be honest with you.
She wants a selfie with the Mothman.
You do what you got to do, but I ain't going nowhere near this damn thing. It sounds like an owl, but
the head looks like an eagle.
Yeah, it's whatever this thing is. I ain't never seen nothing like it. I've never heard anything like this before either, and I can't get a full view on this because it moves so fast. But it's huge. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but I almost did. It's effing huge. I'll just put it that way. It scares me every time I'm around and I hear this thing. My wife comes running in the house at nighttime because she'll sit on the back porch and we'll hear this it's something on steroids, Molly. It's insanity. I don't know where this thing comes from, but we'll hear the hooting in the daytime, and it's hiding. You can't see this thing, but at night you hear these screeching noises, and my cats are like they're hiding constantly. So I don't know what the hell it's doing, but it's crazy. Either way, I'm not even gonna go tell you that story either because I have to. So last summer, my wife's uncle was here from Alabama. We were all sitting outside at the table. We had friends over, everything. And we're sitting at the table now. This side, the right side of my property is lined with 300-year-old pine trees. They're huge all the way down. And it separates us from the neighbor's driveway. And he lives a half a mile back behind us. He's built his house way back in the woods. And we're at the tree line, and then we have that dry lake thing and all this. Like, we're on a big piece of property. Okay. So we're sitting at the table facing the tree line where these pine trees are. And it was like about 9:30 at night. So it had gotten dark. And me and her uncle are facing that way. Everybody's sitting around the table out there talking. And I saw it, and he must have saw it at the exact same time because we both went and looked at each other and looked back, and it was gone. And I don't tell too many people this because they tell me I'm insane, and I thought I was for a minute myself, but he saw it too. On the ground, okay, like ground level in this tree line, there were two about this big around, and they were side by side, like maybe like this filter around, okay, side by side, bright neon green lights that looked like they were side by side like eyeballs, but they were too big and too round to be a set of eyeballs, and they lit up like a stoplight, green light, just like that. I see you looking off to the side like, yeah, he's insane. And they were at ground level, this far from the ground, guys. They blinked and they were gone one time. And then everybody, me and Rodney both, her uncle, said, what the hell was that, you know? My buddy was like, what are you talking about? I said, right there in the tree line. I just seen this. So everybody gets up and starts walking the tree line. It was pitch black out here. There's no street lights or nothing. Everybody starts walking the tree line looking for this with flashlights and stuff. And my friend Jeff saw it like flash up higher one more time, and then it was gone. No idea what the hell that could be. Yup. Telling you. That is what my wife saw, is something like that. That makes zero sense because that don't live around here. It's ugly.
Ooh.
It's ugly as all hell. And it's huge. I told you guys, it's like the size of a small child.
They do look like people wearing a costume.
Doesn't it? It's weird. And when its wings come out, good God. It sounds like a pterodactyl. They're so big.
Oh, my goodness.
That'll shred your head. So, yeah, the light thing, I still don't know what the hell that was. But there was somebody in another town that saw the same type of thing. If I came face to face with that, I would just drop dead. There's no two ways that if I ever came face to face with something like that, I could survive that.
Yeah.
That would scare the dog shit out of me. South America. That's what I thought. How in the hell is it up here? If that's what we have, how is it here? In Ohio, of all places. It would need, like, heat, right?
You would think.
South America.
Maybe it has something to do with climate change.
It ain't changed that much.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah, Molly. I looked it up
Whatever.
again. I just couldn't remember the name.
Go out there with her then.
Wow.
That's insanity.
Huh.
And a coyote.
It's not a man and a coyote, you dork. Hold on.
Right? Exactly, Pookie. Yep. And it's just learned or adapted to the new climate. This is crazy. Imagine looking up in a tree and seeing that. Just be like, what? And it's like people that get alligators, baby alligators for pets. And they don't think they're going to grow up and be giant alligators or what? Dum-dums. Mike. That'd be funny. Uh-oh.
Ladder.
What?
No, I didn't push your mother off the ladder, dear. Do what?
Get him some oxygen.
Caden stopped breathing. He's laughing so hard. Oh, shit. Hold on, guys.
Oh my gosh, Pookie. Anything is possible with these animals. Shoot, there's wild monkeys all the way up in North Florida. I wouldn't be surprised. Just like with the alligators thing, let's buy a baby monkey and not expect it to grow up and tear everything up.
Are you back here, Boone? Because I know you haven't been here. Welcome back, though. Good to see you.
We're not going to send you back to the zoo.
I don't want to go back. Oh, my God. Yeah, I did not push her. Thanks, Mike. Caden read that and about pissed his pants. And then I'm talking to her, and she was like, why is he laughing? And he read it out loud, and she was like, did you? I said, no. I was in the house. She knows that me and her mother go round and round all the time because. Okay, you're in the car? What? No, I'm not in the car. We got right here. Anything is possible. You guys are insane. Anyway. All right, folks. I think that's probably going to do it for today.
Yeah.
But like I said, we did find some interesting stuff out quite a bit, actually. And I kind of want to keep looking. I definitely do. And anytime anything new pops up on it, you're an ass, Mike. That's all I got to say. You're an ass. Anytime anything new pops up on it, we're going to jump back into it. And
keep all them pythons down there, dude.
I have a herd of dogs, and if I won the lottery, I'd have a second herd. Cool. But I thank you guys all for being here. I really do appreciate you guys more than you know. Mama Bear, thank you as always for jumping up here with me. I appreciate that as well. I think it was a good stream until the end here. Heather, again, if you're around, thank you for putting this out there for us to cover. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I hope everybody got something out of this today, and I hope a lot of people find this interesting because we're going to go back to it again. Like I said, the more things pop up on it, the more I want to look at it. So, and I will be looking into the UK thing to see what's going on. If maybe it is actually happening over there too, because it kind of seems like it could. So, all of the rest of you, thank you so much just for being you guys. And don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change one little thing about yourselves, because that's what makes you guys such perfect, beautiful people. And I thank you all for supporting us here in the channel and making it so much fun, because it is a good time always.
Yeah.
I got you, brother. I know 100%. It was too funny. She started laughing. She's in the car with my son right now, right? And they're coming this way, and Caden starts laughing. I mean, you saw him. He was laughing his ass off reading it, and I had it muted for a minute, and I turned, and I was going to hit the camera thing, and I hit the wrong button, and I unmuted it. And she was like, what is his problem? And I said, Mikey just typed something in the chat. And I read it to her, and she goes, did you? And my son is driving. He's in the background driving, laughing his ass off. Okay. He's like, oh my gosh. She's like, you guys are just ignorant. He goes, are you serious? Anytime anything happens to any of us, she loses her mind laughing. She does. So this is like karma in a bag with a bow on it, folks, is what this is. As long as she's not hurt and nothing serious, then piss on it. Laugh all you want, because it's worth it. You gorgeous people. Thank you, Dago, Mama Bear. Absolutely, Pookie. Thank you so much, Pookie, for everything you do. Welcome to the team. I guess for real. Boone, everyone, guys, thanks so much for hanging out, for sticking with us, and just for being you guys, period. I love you guys, each and every one of you guys, to death. Again, Mama Bear, thank you so much for what you do. Yeah, I know. She's got a pretty cool laugh, doesn't she? Cadence is, you guys got to hear, when he gets going, he screams and under his breath. It's so bad. He can't breathe. He's like, give him oxygen, give him oxygen. So anyway, guys, I will see each and every one of you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great, amazingly great rest of your night. Again, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. That's all we got. I will see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, guys.